and comments in the chat box, and the moderator of that session will read the questions to the panelists. Let me present the agenda for today briefly. Okay, while Nicholas puts it up on the screen, I can start. We are going to start first with our dialogue with Sano from the GEF CSO network and Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, our CEO of the GEF. Great. That will be followed by an opening prayer. That will be followed by an opening prayer or a spiritual blessing by Neida Delia Andy Arimuya. She's an indigenous person from the Amazonian region of Ecuador. Then we will have two keynote speakers. First, Lucy Mulenke. She's the chair of the GEF Indigenous Advisory Group, followed by Ramiro Batzin, the co-chair of International Indigenous Forum Biodiversity. They will set the stage with these keynote speeches. Then we will go to the roundtable one on the role of traditional knowledge in the management of indigenous people, land and water resources, which will be moderated by Terence Hay Edie. And he will, of course, introduce the panel. Then next, we will have then a launch of a publication by the GEF Small Grants Program on the engagement of indigenous people that will be moderated by Yoko Watanabe with the participation of Pradeep Kurukula-Surya from UNDP and Gustavo Fonseca, Director of GEF Programs in the GEF Secretariat. After that launch of that publication, we will have a roundtable 2, which will focus on the role of traditional knowledge in responding to the COVID crisis and to global environmental challenges. This roundtable will be moderated by Laura Bermudez from Colombia. She's a former council member representing Colombia. And she will, of course, introduce all the panelists in that session. Then at the end, we will have a session of questions and answers for our GEF CEO, Carlos Manuel, which will be facilitated by Maria Lachner. She's the vice chair of the GEF CSO network. And at the end, we will have some summary of the consultations and wrap up words by Lucy Mulenke, the chair of IPAC. With that, I would like to give the floor now to Sano and Carlos Manuel. I'm going to just give you a few notes about their biography, their bios. Sano, as I said, is the chair of the CSO network, and he took this position in 2019. He works on stakeholder engagement, institutional capacity strengthening, gender mainstreaming. He also focuses on climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction. He serves as a professional in ISO 9001, also ISO 40001. In his recent work, Mr. Sano has facilitated the economics of gender mainstreaming in climate smart agriculture, health, water resources management, and systems. Now, our CEO of the GEF, Carlos Manuel, he's the CEO since September 1st of this year. He also serves as Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. He's also a former Vice President of Conservation Policy at Conservation International. He's a lawyer, a politician, a conservationist. He held various political posts in Costa Rica, including Director of the National Park Service. He's also founder and member of the board of many environmental NGOs in Costa Rica, in addition to several tropical research institutes. In 2006, Carlos Manuel received the first annual Conservation Leadership Award from Blue Moon Fund. And as many of you know, as Minister of Environment and Energy, he pioneered the development of payment for ecosystem services. Well, welcome Sano and Carlos Manuel, and the floor is yours, Sano.
Thank you, Pilar. And very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from Phnom Penh, Cambodia. It is a great honor to welcome Mr. Carlos Manuel, the CEO of the GEF. And this is his first global meeting. So we wish his very success during his the next 4 years and also a better future. Taking this opportunity, we also want to thank the council members around the globe who are participating, civil society, colleagues, and others. And we would like to express our condolences for the people who got the victim because of the COVID-19, and also our sympathy and support, mental supports for the people still who are suffering from. So thanks again, and thanks Nicholas for controlling this presentation. Please go to the next slide. And please go to the next one. I will not read all the slides because most messages we put already and we shared to everyone. And I will try to focus on the key points because of the limited times. You know, there are a lot of policies, not only from the GEF, from the UN systems and others. There are a lot of policies, strategies have been developing and developed, are in practice, and also will be practicing. But if you look at the 4 small pictures at the bottom of the slide, the flood, the drought, and then the forest fires and how it is increasing. So it tells what adaptation measures we have been taking globally, it is not enough. So there is a need of additional effort to make our adaptation mechanism more rigorous, more in-depth, so that the risk we can reduce. Next slide, please. Today, the presentation, the key point is to see the traditional knowledge, and GEF considers it is one of the most important arena for the global environments. Here, we know, as I told you, that there are huge works have been doing, excellent works have been doing. And I try to identify how we can make it better. So for that, we identified 4 entry points. When a project is designed, and if the designing of the project ensures the participation, meaningful participation of the indigenous peoples groups for their contribution, based on the entry points, there may be more, then I think it will result much better. We need to make sure the entry, we need to make sure the presence at the project initiative level. We need to engage them at the planning level. We need to engage them when the project executed and also when it ends. I mean, each and every point, we need to engage them meaningful way. And if we want them to make significant contribution, then we need to know whether they have that level of capacity. And if we can find that level of capacity, then we can ensure they can. But if we know they cannot, then we have to do the capacity needs assessment and very particular area of that project. And then we develop the capacity development, make the capacity development strategy and implement so that they can help. So under this slide, I want to highlight one more key issue, that GEF funded projects have been implemented by 18 agencies. There are some agencies are more focused with the indigenous peoples group. So one of the recommendations for this particular issue is GEF should have a common, at least a set of common elements, indicators that all the agencies should follow equally. Each agency, they have their own agenda, own indicators, but to add something for common. So it will be helping the GEF to monitor the level of progress have been making. Without a concrete indicator, it may not be very presentable to demonstrate the significant progress. Next slide, please. This is about the engagement. It is stakeholders, CSO, GEF CSO network, IPAC, and others. gender equality policy, capacity building. We tried to, because of limited time, we tried to put more things together. When we see the engagement level, particularly for the CSOs, at the global level, we have very excellent mechanism for engagement. As for example, today, GEF has given us the opportunity to have a consultation directly with their CEO and the council members. At the regional level also, we have very good mechanism. And last 2 years, it improved tremendously, and we appreciate and we thank for that. That every ECW, before there was a parallel sessions when the CSO consultation used to continue, but now there is no parallel session. This is one of the very good progress, and that helps the government and the civil society. They can interact more together in the same session. They can see how to make more better collaboration. But we have seen the national level, local level, or project level, there is no concrete mechanism. So we identified that there is no concrete mechanism. As a result, we see at the grassroots level, where the GEF project is implemented last 25 years plus, there is the invisibility of the GEF. Because the GEF comes through 18 agencies. The beneficiaries, they know the agencies, but they don't know the GEF. So we need to find a way, and we have some recommendation to reach to the grassroots level. So national level, we have national dialogues, but it is not evenly happening. So we need to do something that can help as a process. Each and every country, they will have the national dialogues, even can have more than one. And in the last, as we had a preparatory meeting, and then I would like to thank William. He participated and he asked for good clarification, and we clarified. So we need to have a mechanism, and we proposed CSO government and PSO, private sector organizations, multi-stakeholder dialogue platform, where respective project can have their dialogue at the national level. It can help to reduce the gaps between the governments and civil societies. It can help to bring the understandings to nearer, and it can help to let the government and the civil society work together. Because as long as we don't come nearer, we don't know how we can complement each other. The key objective of the civil society is to complement in the efforts of the government. So this can be one of the very good and meaningful way. So we need to see it. So the basic message is CSOs are in country based, and there is no concrete mechanism. So we GEF need to think, and we are ready to help if there is any initiative GEF Secretariat takes. Thank you. Next slide, please. Gender equality. This is one of the very, very important issue, because children, elderly people, people with disabilities, girls, they are at the front line and they are at higher risk. So we need to see how better, how meaningfully we can engage them. As I told you, CSO government dialogue platform, that can be one of the very good mechanism for the gender mainstreaming issues. So in the current document, there are few things. We have excellent documents, no question. We had earlier consultation as a pre-meeting with our GEF Secretariat gender colleagues. There are significant progress. We appreciate it. And that good progress helped us to recognize that we need further improvements. What are missing? The progress, there is a missing of entry points, where, how, and with what capacity they can engage. It is not defined clearly. That should be defined. And there are the similar recommendation here, like we have 18 agencies, and gender issues are very burning issue to everywhere globally. SDG 5 is talking about the gender equality. And GEF is the only key platform, there are others, only key platform where GEF can contribute much more for gender equality to achieve the SDG goals. So here we recommend we should have at least 10 common indicators. Every agencies, they have their own indicators, but to identify at least 10 common indicators to see the level of progress that 18 agencies have been helping to make, and then GEF can present it as a progress. Currently, it is not like that. Thank you. The next slide. The gender equality guidelines, I identified that we need to have quantitative and qualitative indicators. Yeah, I am aware our time is limited, so I am trying. Qualitative and quantitative indicators. We have a scorecard, but that need to present in a way that easy to do, easy to understand, and easy to measure. I'm going to show you that one. So here, we need to have economics of gender mainstreaming. That it is missing from even the policy document. So economics of gender mainstreaming should be something that replacing the gender analysis. We can talk more on this, but this need to consider very nicely. Next slide, please. This is one of the sample that this is a project, CIF funded project, NDF, and implemented by ADB. This is a project in Cambodia, SPCR, and it is almost $588 million project, and overall the total project designed in a way that helped to see the level of beneficiaries, and you can see the data. And next slide, please. So this is, we talked about sex disaggregated baseline capacity building. Actually, this is one of the very, very important and very, very specific part. So if we want to build capacity, then we need to identify where I want to make the capacity. And we need to know where each sectoral people are. And we identified agriculture, health, infrastructure, water, subnational level, CSO groups. And we found that CSO groups have much more contributing capacity. So if CSO groups we can bring together, then real complementing efforts CSO can contribute. So this is all. I think everybody can understand. Due to time, I need to run a little bit faster. Thank you. Next slide, please. So we have several policies. I did not mention all. We have strategy. We have draft strategies for the private sector engagement. I did not mention it. We will talk during the session. So we need to have qualitative data about the policy, the data, and the quality. It should be very, very concrete and specific. Stakeholder engagement, as I mentioned earlier, there should be a qualitative measures and quantitative measures, and then it can help us better. What are the opportunities for development? That needs to be monitored, measured, and it is digital, so that we can understand it is 10% or 20% or 50%, then that can help us better. We need to evaluate the performance supports, how the support systems from the GEF Secretariat to the governments, how the support systems to the agencies, and overall implementation mechanism and results. Because there are a lot of experiences. As for example, GEF 5, we have 138 projects cancelled. So cancelling a project, it also needs time. So we need to consider it very carefully. Next slide, please. The last two slides. So we have two recommendations, one for the GEF CSO network. So we should have GEF 7, GEF 8, GEF 9, SDG 2030, very concrete expectation from the GEF perspectives. And then if we have a target, then we can achieve it. If we don't have a target, it is very difficult. And we have a lot of policies. We need to make it more functional. It is functional, but we need to make it more functional. And there are a lot of limitations, improper biasness, disunity, misinterpretation, and then several lack of funds, and all these together are making the civil society network, you can say, almost paralyzed. So we need very comprehensive support. We need to have a support from the Secretariat and GEF Council so that we can run well. Next slide, please. So recommendation 1, we need to have a GEF, because we have a lot of things to improve, and we need to come with a wider approach. And then we propose to develop a GEF strategy for 2030. And we had a strategy 2020. We need to, as a part of the preparation, we need to do the assessment where we reached. What is the achievement of the GEF 2020 strategy? And that can be considered as the baseline for the GEF 2030 strategy, where GEF 7, GEF 8, GEF 9, we have to define what, when will be achieved. And there should have qualitative and quantitative indicators. Next slide, please. Last one, last slide. So GEF CSO network, as for example, GEF 7, there is no budget for GEF CSO network. Even our website is not working from 2017, and we have been talking about that. So there is no allocation, there is no support, and we need to know from the GEF Council whether they want to let us run with a dynamic approach, what the GEF updated vision told, or we need to keep ourselves paralyzed like that. So to make it functional, we have recommendation number 2, that is for the GEF CSO network. And under this recommendation, we want to have a project that there are few outputs we identified: framework for gender mainstreaming and stakeholders engagement. So it will complement with our strategy and the guidelines. We need to have 10 gender mainstreaming common indicators for the GEF agencies. We need to have, we are targeting, as for example, at least 100 countries. We will have the national country focal points, GEF CSO network focal points and alternate focal points, so that they can work with the governments. Because as we identified at the national level, we don't have the presence and we don't have the mechanism. And then we would also request to form an ad hoc committee with the interested council members and GEF's secretariat officials to oversee how it will run. So all this effort will support to make the GEF 2020 to go for the 2030 expected vision in a vibrant way, and GEF CSO network can contribute significantly. We are expecting it may take, because it will be a global project, almost $4 million, and we have 2 Asian big partners, Japan and China. So we are requesting them to contribute at least $1 million for each, and other donor countries to contribute the rest $2 million, so that we can make a successful project, and we can demonstrate how this recommendation to make it happen and to complement in the efforts of the GEF Secretariat and the governments. And then that is the last one. Thank you so much. And thanks everyone for your time. And if there is any question, kindly let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Sano. I think we're going to go straight to Carlos Manuel. Carlos Manuel, the CEO of the GEF and chairperson. The floor is yours, Carlos Manuel.
Muchas gracias, Pilar. Buenos días. Hi, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here at the GEF consultations with the civil society within the 59th consult meeting. Pilar did a very nice introduction myself, but I haven't told her that the last time I attended a GEF Council meeting, I remember very well. Oh, as a matter of fact, 4 straight council meetings in the Preston Auditorium. I was part of the CSO network, and I remember those early days where we were working, supporting the Secretariat in project implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. It is now a real pleasure to be on this side of the aisle, working with all of you, meaning that I not only have a background, but also a commitment with the work of the civil societies, not just around the GF, but also in my early days in Costa Rica. So what Sano has presented to me today, and what I've been talking with many of you in a very informal manner, is very close to my heart. And coming from the developing countries, coming from a recipient country, being able to have a big engagement with a small grant program, UNDP GEF, my early days that had a big influence in me, means that I will, continue carving this torch in the effort to keep on bringing civil society into the center of the work that the GEF does. And yes, I do have a very clear political challenge, very evident and clear to me on 2 elements that are extremely clear. One is, we provide funding to governments, and this is in the core of our operation. And I say to countries, not to governments. And here's where we need to all work together to make that being reflected more properly. Having been in government, having been, in the CSO network, and, as minister on the government side, has gave me the opportunity to really understand very well, the priorities and the needs from both sectors. And having been in government has shown me many things when I been in a position to implement the GF funds, because we tend in government, we got such a short time, 4 years, to do many things, just 4 years, and things can happen a lot. To put a GF project on the ground, it takes us 18 months. That's probably half of the term in government. So in government, we always kind of are desperate to be able to put as fast as possible projects. And sometimes we tend to overestimate that the need to consult, the need to do hearing, and the need to engage all possible stakeholders. And I see a tendency more and more that it is being fully institutionalized in governments, where not only civil society is being consulted and participate, but also nowadays more and more with private sector. And this is a key element. The other topic that is extremely important to me to share with you is that, having, both sides, being in civil society, being in government, helps me to really, understand a little bit my short-term and long-term challenges as the new CEO of the GF in terms of putting my full interest and my muscle, my energy, and my passion in some of the things that Sano brought to our attention, which is, it is totally evident to me that the weakest link in this partnership is it is at the country level. I'm talking particularly on the operational focal points. And, Costa Rica is a country that probably is above the mean average in terms of institutional capacities and budgeting if we compare it with many other countries. Nevertheless, the work that I had to do with my operational focal point when I was a minister was very basic. I just had one person to do a lot of things. And even though I had a little bit of budget, and even though I had a strong civil society and institutional capacities, the working conditions and the capacities that I was able to provide to the operational focal point were really limited. And I had to rely a lot with the implementing agencies. So, Sano, your points are really well taken because I have gone personally into that. So as I come in, one of my first priorities is to really understand what do we do through this country support program with the operational focal points and the political focal points. And I come to realize two things. One, the GEF does a lot of very interesting work, probably on a kind of a very vertical structure. I want it to be more horizontal, where I can be able to bring together operational focal points, political focal points in a context that goes beyond the traditional, constituency meetings, country meetings, and be able to begin doing a bottom-up approach where I can receive or we can receive important information. And I tend to believe that what we have done in terms of understanding the impact of COVID-19 in the countries, in our operation through the surveys and others, a very good way by which we can be provided with good sound information that can help us concentrate ourselves on the key elements that we need to work. So I really welcome Sano and CSO Network's recommendation and objectives. And of course, I've been in government many times and working with government. Sometimes it's very frustrating because they are unable to really understand the value and the opportunities associated to an open, transparent way to engage with civil society and private sector. But in many other countries, I want to be very frank, the political culture is still not there, where governments really create the proper spaces. And on the other side, it is evident to me, totally evident to me, that one of the biggest challenges that civil society deals with is the lack of trust on governments. And that is a never-ending situation. And these are things that are extremely clear to me. So for us, it is extremely important that we can be able to strengthen the capacities of the operational focal points. It is extremely important to really have a sense of the top political priorities coming from the political focal point. It is extremely important to be able to have direct communication and access in terms of dialogues with civil society. I'm talking about the Secretariat. We don't need to do that through governments, and we've been creating the proper channel and communications in ways that we can do that. I tend to believe that having this event is great, but I don't want to have it just 2 times a year. We need to be more systematic on how do we consult civil society. And I've been telling many of my colleagues, when I say my colleagues, I'm talking about the operational focal points, council members that are also operational focal points and agencies, that my traveling priorities, when traveling is allowed once more, will be going to the field. We'll be going to the countries and be able to engage more directly with the countries. This is because countries are still the weakest link in our partnership. And that link is becoming more and more weaker as COVID-19 has generated a huge economic crisis in all of our countries. And we at the Secretariat, and as we go into the council meeting next week, we've been doing our effort with the agencies and with the operational focal points to really understand the impact of COVID-19 and in the countries, in our portfolio, in the project development, in the proper approval process of the projects. And the information that we've been receiving is information that has been very helpful. But I tend to believe that the situation is going to be tougher and way more complicated in 2021 than what it has been in 2020 in terms of the impact of the project development and project management. And most importantly, let me say that I'm very, very conscious about the fact that we may be overcoming in 2021 the health crisis as the vaccine comes in and countries are able to deal with that. But we will be entering the worst part of the economic recession. And entering the worst parts of the economic recession, which probably will last throughout 2021 and probably into 2022, means that if we, before COVID-19, we already recognize that the capacities of CSOs and the capacities of operational focal points were limited, with the economic crisis, this is going to be dramatically increased. So having a possibility to have the pulse of the situation at the country level is key to us, and we will reinforce our commitment to be very close to our partners at the country level. And governments are going to be in 2021 in a very, very tough situation. Governments at this point has very little income. They have probably the same expenses. So immediately you have a fiscal crisis. That fiscal crisis is promoting more debt, and it becomes and that debt is very expensive to pay the debt. You have only two options: increase taxes or budget cuts. And I don't think if a government wants to maintain in power, I don't think that increasing taxes will be an option for many countries. The option will be limited to begin doing major budget cuts. And where do governments normally do the main budget cuts? In the ministries of environment, in the ministries of culture, in those agencies that doesn't provide economic growth, prosperity, and wealth. And we will be in a very, very complicated situation. So we tend to, as we get into the last track of GEF 7, and as we began to think on GEF 8, we need to be able to work very closely in ways by which we can overcome with as smallest amount of casualties the rest of the GEF 7 as we go into 2021 and 2022. And this is extremely important for me to be able to tell you. In terms of the topics of today's consultation, which is the application of traditional knowledge by indigenous communities and local communities, well, this is a great topic, and I'm delighted that the Council and you all have been promoting this. I've been working in this area, and two things are key to me. And I will, these are elements that I've been trying to position in not only in the international agenda, but most importantly in very concrete political actions at the national level. Areas that I would like to really understand what are the possibilities for the GEF to come to support countries. And for this, we need countries leading the process. And it's not just a matter of having prior consultation processes. Is not just having from governments very nice safeguards. It's having very hard, strong policies that give us the possibility to move the agenda forward. And I tend to believe that the most important, most underrated theme that we have in front of us in terms of the work that we need to do with local communities and indigenous communities has to do with rights, and particularly rights associated to the land and rights associated to the environmental services. The rights to the land is been kind of a redemption process for the last 50 years. Very little progress has been done. We will never achieve any sustainability standards without doing a major transformational process on land tenure. I come from a country, Costa Rica, that in the 1960s they decided to grant private rights of the land to the people, the poor and the rich. the farmer and the indigenous community. And based on that private land property rights system, we were able to assign rights, and people will care for the land. Yes, and even though we've been providing full legal recognition and all kind of institutional support in terms of granting rights to farmers and indigenous communities, these are very weak, very fragile. And when we have an economic crisis, the ideas of oil and gas and open pit mining and major irrational logging comes in and began generating conflicts, environmental conflicts. And I tend to believe that the economic recovery, if it's not well managed, and if this is extremely complicated, will only increase environmental confrontation, environmental conflicts within local communities, farmers and indigenous communities, and the GF is in a great position to be able to help and assist. I tend to believe that the GF needs to move probably in GF 8 into a system that that should recognize and reward those very positive policies coming from countries as a way to assign resources to the country. Today, the way that we assign resources to countries are basically concentrate on criteria that doesn't reflect the overall environmental performance of governments. So we need to move our system into a system that creates a positive incentive for countries to perform. And in order to perform better, it's not just by creating better institutions, assigning more resources and creating more policies. Is recognizing the role and the spaces of civil society, is defining and solving historical challenges, and most importantly, is connecting, is narrowing the gap within the political commitment of presidents and prime ministers with political actions at the institutional level that can help us move the agenda forward. Yesterday, I was hearing the UN General Secretary doing a speech, and he said something that it is probably very evident to all of us, but probably outside of our community, it sounds like very romantic and out of reality. The UN General Secretary said that 2021 should be the beginning of a decade where we make peace with nature. And I tend to believe that this is totally underestimated by public opinion and many important economic stakeholders, but he's totally right. And we need to really recognize, in order to solve the problem, you will never solve the problem if you don't recognize the nature of the problem. Here, we have a broken relationship within humans and nature. And that should be kind of the overall framework where we can set those discussions. So with this, Pilar, I would like to thank you all for inviting me. I will be here for the whole event. I need to learn a lot from you all. And really happy to see a lot of old friends that I had worked with, like Ramiro from Guatemala, which work a lot in Central America, and many others that are joining us. And most probably here, I will have a lot of new friends that I will be very happy to work with. So thank you for that, Pilar, and I hope that we have a very, very successful event this morning. Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias, Carlos Manuel. Thank you so much. I just want to say that personally, I am really, really happy to have a CEO who understands the importance of indigenous peoples and also CSOs in contributing to the GEF's mission. So thank you so much for your inspiring words. I'd like now to invite Ms. Neida Andy Arimuya to say an opening prayer and spiritual blessing. Neida is from Puerto El Carmen del Putumayo, Ecuador. She belongs to the Quechua Samuna Yaku community. She has been linked to social causes, and she holds the position of representative of Prodiversitas in Ecuador. She has participated as a speaker at various international conferences and meetings, and she's the Secretary General of the Council of Amazonian Yachaks of Ecuador. Neida, please lead us into this ceremony. Bienvenida, Neida.
Buenos días, me presento a la zona fronteriza de Ecuador y Colombia, y como es nuestra tradición de los pueblos, para inicio de esto quisiéramos iniciar un ritual chiquito para fortalecer nuestro pensamiento y nuestros propósitos para este día, para la jornada. Vamos a cerrar nuestros ojitos y vamos a poner la mano derecha hacia nuestro corazón. Hacia el este se encuentra el Taita Inti, el abuelo Inti, que nos permite la energía de nuestro ser. Vamos a dirigir hacia el este para saludar a los puntos cardinales que se encuentran la fuerza de los animales y las memorias de los ancestros. Al oeste se encuentra la energía de los animales, de la sabiduría. Al sur, la energía del agua que nos permite actuar nuestros sentimientos. Al Hawapacha, el mundo de los espíritus, de las energías. Al Caipacha, que es nuestra madre tierra. Al Ucupacha, las energías, las memorias de nuestros abuelos y la sabiduría de los pueblos. Para todos los pueblos presentes, que exista fortaleza. El mundo es lindo y sano. Las fuerzas que nos permiten en esta jornada que todo fluya en la energía de nuestros pensamientos, sentimientos y actitudes. Ali Kausai. Buena vida.
Muchas gracias, Neida. So with that, I would like to invite now Lucy Molenke to give us some keynote words And Lucy is the Executive Director of the Indigenous Information Network. She's part of the Maasai tribe, and her expertise lies in the sustainable development of Kenya's indigenous pastoralist communities. For 17 years, Lucy served as a broadcast journalist for a government-run radio station. She has also worked with more than 100 grassroots organizations in East Africa, and she also has networked worldwide with other grassroots women in Latin America, Canada, and Asia. She's the co-founder and co-chair of the Indigenous Women Biodiversity Network. And as an active member of the International Forum on Biodiversity and International Forum of Indigenous Women, she has been coordinating various forums and networks in Africa. She's also as I mentioned in the beginning, she's the chair of the Indigenous People Advisory Group. Lucy, you will provide some opening remarks to set the context for this consultation. Welcome, Lucy.
Thank you very much, Pilar, and thank you, Neida, for that prayer and blessings. Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, the CEO of GEF Council, and GEF Council members, and to you all who are participating today, welcome. I want also to take this opportunity to thank the Global Environment Facility on behalf of Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, IPAC, for giving us the opportunity not only during this consultation on traditional knowledge, but also in the past years, hosting us and listening to our advocacy work on enhancing capacity and financial resources for Indigenous peoples and local communities. This has borne fruits. The inclusive conservation of GEF 7 is one great example which we are proud of, and sincerely thank IUCN and CIA, the GEF agencies, for their tireless effort in the past few months to make sure that the process is up and in speed. Let me also thank the Small Grants Program, which is very important for Indigenous people. Throughout the times, a Small Grants Program has made sure that IPLCs, the Indigenous people and local communities, are part and parcel of their funding. And in today's consultation, they are launching a report, and this testifies it all. And to all who have been supporting IPAC, including the GEF CSO network, let us enhance the collaboration and know that we are all children of one father and different mothers. This discussion we are having today is very timely and also very, very important. And we really do thank the council members for approving this discussion during this consultation. And looking at the participation, the people who are participating today, we have more than 167 people who are participating. And I thought it's very important if I begin by reading the United Nations Declaration on Indigenous Peoples, Article 31, Section 1, where we have the importance and why this particular discussion is so important to us. It says Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain, control, protect, develop their cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expression, as well as the manifestation of their science, technologies, and cultures, including human and genetic resources, seeds, medicine, knowledge of the properties of fauna and flora, and traditions, literature, design, sports, traditional games, and visual and performance art. They have the right to maintain, control, protect, and develop the intellectual property over such cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expression. This particular Article 31 really makes us very strong. And we should know that I have chosen this because this particular article on traditional knowledge was written, thought by Indigenous people from different areas of the 7 geographical areas of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. When we were developing this particular declaration, this was very key to us all. And Indigenous people, traditional knowledge is our identity, our culture, language, food, art, clothes, songs, and our environment, which includes our shelter and biodiversity. And all that is around us, all that is live around us, and it's our livelihoods. That is why traditional knowledge is very important. Whatever we do, how we move, we just know that we have to really relate it to our cultures and our traditions. This is important also as it sustains us and guides in our spirituality, cultural, social, economic, and political development. And it's important that we really focus, as we focus on these issues, we know that we are impacting on different issues. As we discussed today, post-culture, cultural heritage, we are socialized that way. We believe our tradition and cultures carry knowledge, which help us maintain ourselves with our families and communities. We sustain our livelihoods that way. Everyone in the community have a role, elders, men, women, youth, and children. And they all also have the places in the community. And they're all guided by the traditional knowledge, our cultures, and so on. However, despite that those roles are recognized by everyone in the community, they still need to action and maintain them. This is because the digital world is becoming a threat to our traditional knowledge. We need to take urgent action to ensure that the youth are ready to carry on the as stipulated by our cultures and traditions. And that the elders should also ensure that transmission of cultural knowledge from generation to generation is maintained. This is essential to protect and promote the cultures and identities of indigenous people. And so we should really be able to encourage that, because it's very important for us. And indigenous people know that they have a role to keep maintaining this knowledge. Maintaining the natural resources is important. And this is part of what we know as traditional knowledge and the way we maintain it. And as much as already that has been mentioned about our land, our lands, our territories, and our waters still fall under that what we have to maintain. We also know that the indigenous people face challenges in their lands and territories due to their rich resources that they have. 80% of biodiversity is found in indigenous people's land and territories that occupy 22% of the planet's surface. Indigenous people we started a long journey to this. We wanted to make sure that the world really knows why we have to keep this journey and why we have to maintain and take care of our resources that have been able to sustain us for a long time. Our knowledge, our own knowledge, innovation, and technologies. We thought it was very important to keep on moving despite the challenges that are there. And I think Carlos Manuel talked about the mining and how this distracts the indigenous people's land and how it affects the natural resources that we have. That's why it's very important for us to be included in the discussions, implementation, and also in decision making. You all know that since and before 1992, when the world met and decided to discuss the environment and the outcome of the different conventions, declarations put in place, indigenous peoples decided to force themselves in, because that's the word I can just use, to make sure that they take the journey and inform all the parties and the governments and other stakeholders that they should be recognized because they have taken and looked after their resources for a long time, and nobody should discuss without them. Today, indigenous people, we are still taking that journey because we have to take through the rough way. We always have to fight it out to make sure that we make it. And it's very important because we want to make sure that there are no gaps in terms of coming up with these discussions, and that we should always make sure that our knowledge, our traditional knowledge that we have it, and we have the knowledge, and we can be able to contribute because of our innovation and practices that are very important to the conservation of our natural resources. And I also want to say that it's very important to make sure that indigenous people's rights are also really maintained, and they're also being taken into consideration, because one of the key areas of indigenous people is they keep on really all the time being victims of human rights abuses because of the way they protect their own resources. Right now, at this moment, indigenous people have been really discussing and participating in different forums. One of it is the global post-2020 global biodiversity framework, which is really very important for us. And that out of the convention, we want to make sure that we maintain what we are discussing now. We have to maintain and ensure that traditional knowledge is fully included, so that it can be able to bring up the issues, not only to make sure that that traditional knowledge is there, but also to make sure that there is effective participation, that indigenous people can be able to participate in different participation on different issues within the Convention on Biological Diversity. We are also participating in the issue of climate change, and we know very well that indeed traditional knowledge is the only thing that when it meets with science can come up with solutions on climate change. it is also the same traditional knowledge that give us the early warning systems within our own communities when it comes to desertification. And in order for it, to make sure that Indigenous people, there is no way that anything can happen without us and without Indigenous people and also other stakeholders. And so it's very important to use the human rights perspective so that we can be able to really make sure nobody is left behind. And we know that the participatory approaches in development is crucial to achieve all development sustainable goals and other development agendas like 2030 and also 2050, living in harmony with nature. And indeed, if we don't do that, we will be able to make sure that the world is actually in a very bad situation. We have been discussing for a long time, and this is the time that we really support and say we need GEF to make sure that they continue supporting Indigenous people. Through IPAC, we are discussing, and we know that in the next phase, we will be able to discuss further and bring more issues that we can be able to have them supported in GEF 8. And we want GEF to make sure that they take up this role to not to leave the Indigenous people out of any planning that they have. It's also very important to have the governments, the council members who are here to take the messages and to look at the development of any development that is being done, especially looking at Indigenous people, not only in their traditional knowledge, but also in other development and their livelihood, so that we can be able to make sure that at the national level, at the regional level, and also at the international level, all the instruments that are made for the rights of Indigenous people are well adhered to and are well implemented. And it's very important that I end here, and also because I know there is a lot that is going to be discussed, and it's very good that after me there will be Ramiro Patsin from our International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity, and he's the key person to also be able to speak to us and tell us more. And some of the things that I've mentioned may overlap with what he says, but it's very important that we really emphasize on that. And would like to conclude and say that in the same UN Declaration on Indigenous People, the second paragraph says, in conjunction with Indigenous peoples, states shall take effective measures to recognize and protect the exercise of the rights of Indigenous people. This is why we really emphasize, and this is why we keep taking that journey, discuss some of the key issues that we have, because we know we have the knowledge, we have the strength, and we have to keep on to make sure that we safeguard our cultures, our traditions, to ensure that we have a better world for the next generations to come. Thank you very much, Pilar.
Lucy, thank you so much for those words. I'd like to give the floor now to Ramiro Batsin. He's Maya Cachiquel. He's the co-chair of the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity. Previously, he was the Indigenous representative at the Consejo Nacional de Cambio Climático, member of the Mesa Indígena de Cambio Climático, member of the Consejo Indígena of Central America, focal point at the Convention for Biological Diversity, member of the IUCN Global Council, traditional indigenous knowledge and disaster risk management consultant, among others. Ramiro, the floor is yours.
Gracias. Reciban un saludo de Tierras Mayas. Para iniciar, quiero agradecer por la invitación para participar en la consulta de GEF con sociedad civil, al mismo tiempo de felicitarlo por tener estos espacios importantes de diálogo y exhortarlos a continuar trabajando y fortaleciendo los conocimientos tradicionales. Me permito saludar a las autoridades de la mesa principal, al señor Carlos Manuel Rodríguez, director general y presidente del GEF, un amigo de los pueblos indígenas, quien conoce nuestra situación y realidades. Al señor Acte Rusaman Sano, presidente de la red de organizaciones de la sociedad civil del GEF, a mi copresidenta Lucy Molenquey, a nuestra guía espiritual Leida, gracias por hacer la invocación, a cada uno de ustedes que hacen posible este evento. Al mismo me permito recordar a cada uno de los hombres y mujeres que han pasado a la dimensión de los abuelos como víctimas de esta pandemia que hoy enfrentamos. Hoy el calendario maya marca el día Lajuscan, el movimiento, el símbolo de la gran energía que crió el universo, la evaluación humana y el desarrollo espiritual, el guardián de los bosques. El día Can, el día de la gran serpiente emplumada. No es casualidad que hoy estemos reunidos hablando de conocimientos, de recursos naturales y de políticas internacionales. Para hablar del Naohkawinac, que en mi idioma maya cachiquel significa conocimiento indígena, primero quiero decirles que el calendario maya, uno de los 20 días nahuales o energías, como le llamamos, es el Noj, el conocimiento, la sabiduría que se convierte en ciencia. Los conocimientos son base de toda la vida indígena. Para los pueblos indígenas, hablar de conocimientos indígenas es hablar del pasado, del presente y del futuro. Es importante acotar que diferentes instrumentos internacionales abordan el tema de los conocimientos tradicionales, ante lo cual los pueblos indígenas vienen planteando que deben ser abordados como conocimientos indígenas, como ciencia indígena en su justa dimensión. La expresión que utiliza el CBD es conocimientos, innovaciones y prácticas de las comunidades indígenas y locales, relevantes para la conservación y el uso sostenible de la diversidad biológica. Esto se refiere a los conocimientos que tienen los pueblos indígenas y las comunidades locales, que ayudan a conservar la diversidad biológica y aquellas prácticas tecnológicas e innovaciones que garantizan su utilización de una manera sostenible. Las organizaciones indígenas han reiterado que al abordar conocimientos tradicionales hay que tener en cuenta su naturaleza holística, su cosmovisión. Además, subrayan su íntima vinculación con los territorios de donde esos conocimientos nacen y se desarrollan. Señalan también de su naturaleza colectiva, ya que no son en su conjunto invenciones individuales, sino que proceden de un colectivo y se dirigen a su bienestar. A esto hay que añadir que los conocimientos tradicionales son además intergeneracionales. Se transmiten a través de las propias formas de escritura, tal el caso de los glifos o códices mayas. Se transmiten de forma oral y por sistemas educativos indígenas, los cuales han venido de generación en generación y son parte del patrimonio cultural de nuestros pueblos, procedentes de nuestros antepasados y una herencia para las generaciones futuras. A pesar de que los pueblos indígenas constituyen solo el 5% de la población mundial, han sido los guardianes esenciales de la biodiversidad. ¿Por qué digo esto? Porque es importante resaltar que alrededor del 80% de la biodiversidad se encuentra en territorios indígenas, que ocupan el 22% de la superficie del planeta. Por consiguiente, reitero que su papel reviste particular importancia, tanto para la gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales y culturales como países megadiversos, como en la conservación del medio ambiente y la biodiversidad. A través de sus conocimientos son esenciales para la lucha del cambio climático, contra la pobreza y promover un verdadero Utzcaslemal o modelo de vida indígena. Los conocimientos tradicionales constituyen el núcleo de la identidad, la herencia cultural y los medios de vida de los pueblos indígenas. La transmisión de los conocimientos culturales van de generación en generación. Resulta esencial para proteger y promover las culturas, las identidades de los pueblos indígenas, así como la sostenibilidad de sus medios de vida, lo cual es fundamental hoy por hoy en tiempos de pandemia. La resiliencia a los desastres naturales provocados por el ser humano y para fomentar un desarrollo económico apropiado desde un punto de vista cultural. En el marco conceptual de la diversidad biológica y los servicios de los ecosistémicos desarrollados por el IPBS, describe estas relaciones como un sistema socioecológico que funciona a diversas escalas de tiempo y espacio. Cada cultura y cada pueblo expresa conceptos similares de formas diferentes, las cuales debemos de entender. Por ejemplo, las visiones del mundo de muchos pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales hacen hincapié en la responsabilidad del vivir bien, lo cual incluye vivir en equilibrio con la madre naturaleza y en armonía con el universo. Pese a que las mujeres y los hombres comparten los conocimientos, también poseen conocimientos específicos del rol que desempeñan en la comunidad y con complementariedad en la sociedad. Por ejemplo, en la producción y cosecha de alimentos, las mujeres tienen sus propias áreas de especialidad y sus propias modalidades de transmisión del conocimiento. Las mujeres son las guardianas del conocimiento, son las encargadas de trasladar a las futuras generaciones ese conocimiento y eso las convierte en un punto clave, en un elemento clave en la conservación y en el desarrollo de estos conocimientos. También hay que resaltar que la FAO plantea que las formas y medios de vida de los pueblos indígenas pueden enseñarnos mucho sobre la conservación de los recursos naturales, el cultivo sostenible de alimentos y la vida en armonía con la naturaleza. Reavivar estos conocimientos que tienen su origen en un patrimonio y legado histórico es esencial para hacer frente a los retos a los que se enfrenta la alimentación y la agricultura hoy en día y en el futuro. Las prácticas agrícolas indígenas son resilientes al cambio climático. A lo largo de los siglos, los pueblos indígenas han desarrollado técnicas agrícolas que se adaptan a entornos extremos, como las grandes alturas de los Andes, las praderas secas de Kenia o el frío extremo en el norte de Canadá. Para que los conocimientos indígenas sigan desarrollándose, es fundamental apoyarlos desde varios ámbitos. Por ejemplo, desde los ámbitos políticos, creando políticas, leyes y espacios de participación plena y efectiva desde los pueblos indígenas. Desde el ámbito económico, promoviendo programas y proyectos que permitan su continuidad. Los conocimientos indígenas activan la economía comunitaria. En el ámbito social, evitando la descalificación de los conocimientos tradicionales y dándoles el lugar que le corresponden como ciencia. En el ámbito institucional, reconociendo las formas de organización indígena y asegurando esas salvaguardas. Para terminar, quiero resaltar que los conocimientos tradicionales son muy importantes para la vida de los pueblos indígenas. Se asocia con el manejo forestal, con los cantos, con las danzas, con los tratamientos terapéuticos, con la agricultura, con el manejo de ecosistemas, con los centros y lugares sagrados, con esa espiritualidad, con las artesanías, con la clasificación y almacenamiento de semillas, con la economía comunitaria, con el sistema de derecho propio. Los conocimientos indígenas son parte de nuestra vida, son parte de nuestro ser. Gracias. Matías Chivé.
Ramiro, thank you so much for those inspiring words. Thank you. I'd like to move us on now to the first roundtable. This is the roundtable on the role of traditional knowledge in the management of indigenous peoples' lands and water resources. This roundtable will be moderated by Dr. Terence Hay-Edie. He's a program advisor for biodiversity and indigenous peoples for the GEF Small Grants Program implemented by UNDP. He's also the program manager for the Global ICCA Support Initiative funded by the German Federal Ministry of the Environment. Terence holds a PhD in social anthropology from the University of Cambridge. Terence, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pilar. Buenos dias, good evening. I'd like to begin by recognizing that our good friend John Scott was meant to be moderating this panel, but was taken ill at the last moment, and we wish him a swift recovery. Tonight, we will have a very illustrious panel of 3 presenters. Sometimes the question is asked, are you a mountain person or a beach person? Today, we will have a third alternative, are you a savanna person? We will hear from the small islands of the Pacific and then up to the mountains of the Himalayas before moving back to Australia to hear about the savanna systems of the Australian continent. Our first speaker will be Ali Ferretti Tawake. He is an indigenous Fijian and co-founder of the Fiji Network of Locally Managed Marine Areas, a network which has grown to encompass 470 coastal communities. He has actively promoted the concept of LMMAs, as they're called, to another 30 countries across the Pacific, as well as now worldwide, where the idea is catching on. Ali Ferretti is the recipient of the 2004 Whitley Foundation for Nature Award, the 2015 Duke of Edinburgh Conservation Medal, and the 2016 Distinguished Service Award in Oceania from the Society of Conservation Biology. He has also stayed up till past midnight on a Friday evening to participate in this discussion, so I hope he is still awake. Ali Ferretti, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Terence, for the introduction. First, let me also say that I'm privileged and honored to be part of this consultation, and especially hearing from the Excellency, the CEO of GEF, and the council members that are here. Yeah, Mbula Binaka and greetings from the Pacific. I will be speaking on the topic that is very close to my heart, that is using the principles, that is the application of traditional knowledge and managing marine areas for livelihoods and conservation. And I'm going to be using the principles of the network, which is the organization that that I represent, with specific examples from Fiji that unpacks how the application of traditional knowledge have helped local communities, have helped improve livelihoods and secure food security. Next slide, please. So the organization that I represent, the Locally Managed Marine Area Network, and I'm be calling it in short LMMA, is a network of members across the Pacific, with more than 2,000 communities or indigenous communities, comprising with around 30 communities whose shared vision is to be able to build a vibrant, resilient, and empowered communities that inherit well-managed ecosystems or well-managed coastal ecosystems. So that's the network of indigenous people or communities that we work with. And next slide, please. And we are working mainly to promote the implementation of a land and sea territories that is encapsulated in what is called the locally managed marine area concept. Essentially, the management of the land and nearshore areas with express involvement of local communities or indigenous people, using the ancient wisdom package, that is the traditional knowledge and traditional management systems, as the starting point to be able to restore the food systems. And as you will see in the illustrations, it has marine protected areas, but it also uses sacred areas, depending on the community's knowledge and tenure system that they have. Next slide, please. So the concept of locally managed marine areas is now applied to many Pacific Island countries. As you see mainly the ocean of islands, so to speak. Here, the red dots represent the locally managed marine areas or communities that have traditional tenure systems that are involved in the implementation of locally managed, or that are using traditional knowledge to apply to nature management. So, and globally, as you will all know, that 80% of our global biodiversity are in the hands of the indigenous people. And in the context of the Pacific, this 80% represents traditional landowning units or traditional communities, and they are essentially custodians of these land and sea territories that I'm going to talk about. Next slide, please. So those red dots, or the locally managed marine areas, represents deep-rooted connections to nature, or relationships built over the years. I'm sharing here my totem. My totem is a vesi tree, which is a hardwood coastal tree, and my fish is a snapper. And this sort of relationships, I think, resonates across Oceania, where clans have a moral, intimate relationship or connections to those particular species, where we also have the moral obligations to protect. And these are some of the relationships underlying connections to nature that are invoked when it is revived. Unfortunately, in our experience across the Pacific and in Fiji in particular, these sort of connections, we only know about them, but less and less the practice is becoming it is becoming less practice, or is not as purposeful and meaningful as it used to be. So that's one of the work that we're doing is reviving and ensuring that the connections are passed on or transmitted to the children. Next slide, please. Another dimension of the locally managed marine areas is looking at the mana in the traditional management or traditional governance systems. In Fiji, for example, when a chief is installed, or when the chief passes away, there is a traditional system of respect, where a sea area is rested for no fishing, and that is a sign that connects the chief back to nature. In the case where the chief dies, the fishing stops for a year or 100 nights, and when the new chief is installed, the abundance of the catch when the fishing resumes is usually seen as the measure of the mana, or the potency for the future success of the chief. And these are some of the the measures of the relationship or the manner in a traditional governance systems that we are hoping to revive along with nature. Next slide, please. And the third dimension is just on traditional knowledge and knowledge of technology that can be applied directly for management. In this case, a community in one of the islands in Fiji, they're using the coconut leaves as a blind, as a curtain to guide a stranded whales out of the shallow waters back into the open ocean. And these are some of the, one of the many local knowledge or traditional knowledge that can be used or considered as an asset to build on for resource management. Next slide, please.
You have 2 minutes, yes. Please.
Right, yeah. Thanks. Next slide, and from there you have a holistic planning, using those to be able to using those locally managed marine areas as a platform to be able to build an integrated community plans that gears towards 2030 to be able to make communities live in harmony with nature. Next slide, please. The next few slides are mainly illustrations, and I'll go through them very quickly. This is the approach that we use. Is adaptive management, is a very participatory approach, which I think is very useful in working with indigenous communities. Next slide. And part of participatory approach is looking at participatory rulemaking and dramatizing or simplifying scientific concepts that can be used to marry with local knowledge. Next slide, please. And local management efforts are also part of the work that they do. Next slide, please. In Fiji, the work that started in the mid 2000 have gone from one community to 470, and it's now reaching. Next slide, please. Around 79% of the fishing areas, that is essentially almost 80% of the communities that are being part of the initiative, and our target that by 2025 we will reach the 100%. Next slide, please. And I mean, collectively as a network in Fiji, we, you know, those work helps build food security, sustainable livelihoods, and healthy people and ecosystems. And the next slide. And these are some of the evidence that those have actually been met. This box crab have not been seen since 1990s. They have now being returned. There's improvement in social cohesion in communities. And next slide, please. And generally, there's a trend, an increase in household income, 30 to 40%, as a result of the investment in the local management. So that is essentially, ladies and gentlemen, and my last slide. I'll leaving with two key messages. One, reaffirming that the involvement of indigenous people must be intentional, and especially as the demand to scale up to 100% of land and sea territories. And secondly, a pathway for IPLC organization access to medium and large scale grants as needed for scaling up. I guess is one of the need for considerations. Thank you.
So thank you, Ali Ferretti. In the Q&A, we may come back to your last slide. I know that LMMA Network, you have received support from various foundations, MacArthur Foundation in the early days, and through the GEF, both through the SGP and also as medium-sized projects. So we'll come back to that later on. So now we move up to Nepal, a country dear to my heart, where I did my own PhD research. We will be hearing from Pasang Dolma Sherpa, who is the Executive Director of the Center for Indigenous Peoples Research and Development in Nepal. She has served in various international roles, including on the board of the UN RED program, as co-chair of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change, and most recently as co-chair of the facilitative working group of the local communities and indigenous peoples platform of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Pasang's home is located at the foot of Mount Sagarmatha, otherwise known as Mount Everest, which I hope will give her a unique vantage point for today's discussions on landscapes and traditional knowledge. Pasang, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Terence, and thank you very much for the GEF family for this great opportunity to share my presentation and also be part of this dialogue. I was really impressed the presentation from Sanu and Carlos, especially the focus on the rights of the indigenous peoples and the protection of the whole nature. Only the basis is the tenure security of indigenous people and the focus on the land tenure security for protection of the conservation of the biodiversity ecosystem. And my presentation in that line, the traditional knowledge that has been contributing for climate change resilience, adaptation mitigations by the Paris Accord, but the basis is on the land tenure security. So in that line, I will be making my presentation. Next, please. So as we all are aware that the role and contribution of indigenous peoples now already already under global discourse, and especially come up with different research and also cases and outcome of the interventions. So they, along with this outcome of this IPCC reports with the role and contribution of indigenous people for climate change adaptation mitigation, and also the report from the IPMG and also the World Bank, like, the 10% of indigenous peoples legally recognized territories contributing for almost 80% of the biodiversity, already clearly indicates that how important it is to have a land tenure security of indigenous people. If I still the Ramio's presentation, Ramio's focus on if there is no land tenure security, or if there is no rights of the indigenous peoples on their lands and their resources and tenure security, the nature will crumble down, because the nature and indigenous peoples' livelihood are so interconnected, symbiotic relation. So a promotion of their recognition through the land tenure security is the only way of protecting the nature that we have been facing whole challenges ahead of us. And I really acknowledge that this is the time that we have to do the assessment and evaluate. And then the Sanu's presentation of the evaluation of the performance is also given the opportunity for indigenous people to show how their roles of through their customary practices have contributed for climate change resilience and protecting the biodiversity nature. However, low food carbon print of indigenous peoples being despite in the forefront to the impacts of climate change. Now the impacts has been jeopardized or doubled along with these impacts of the COVID. So this is the time we need to think about it, how the role and contribution of indigenous peoples dealing with all pandemic and also the climate crisis. Next, please. Next, please. So actually, it's along with the Aliferti's presentations, how they in Fiji the problem, the Manas traditional governance. Also, it is similar in our country, in Nepal. Also, in many parts of the Asia that I will be sharing later on, like Shakya tradition, one of the customary institution in Nepal in the mountains, has been living with the harmony with the animals and the nature, with the principle of non-violence principle, with their faith and the value system, has been protecting the protecting the nature and biodiversity, because killing the wild animals or domestic animals or even the green trees is a taboo and completely forbidden. Consequently, that practices of cultural practices have contributed for the natural management of the resources as well as the biodiversity ecosystem. Next, please. Next, please. This is also examples from the Thailand in the current communities, current indigenous peoples. More you have a current people, that means more trees are there in their customary managed forest. The umbilical cord, which is put in the bamboos and tied to the trees, is like represent the trees as your family members. Even the person dies, the soul remains there. So so for them is the more the growth of the population of indigenous people, the enhancement of the traditional practices of conserving the forest, and the more the trees is there, they contributed for mitigation and adaptation to climate change for sustaining their livelihoods. Next, please. Next, please. So this is another example of the traditional knowledge of the gold mines and the paddy field in the Philippines, that the traditional knowledge of the gold mine is not just only the income generation for the local communities and indigenous people, but also at the same time, the protection of the biodiversity and the livelihoods and traditional knowledge of the paddy fields cultivation. So it's not like, one way is impacts the other, but living with the harmony and the sustainability is there maintained. Next, please. So now we have already come up with how the customary institution of the indigenous people have a very important role for sustaining the biodiversity ecosystem, even the livelihoods, income generation initiatives, but we are not free from all the challenges ahead of us. All the conservation or climate change adaptation or mitigation or eco restoration strategies has totally ignored the critical issues of the rights of indigenous people. That has already been mentioned earlier speaker also, that how the important role of contribution of climate change and also the livelihood generation need to be acknowledged now in the coming days. And also most of the large numbers of the conflict we have been hearing in the conservation or climate change adaptation mitigation or land restoration part, and that instead of supporting, contributing and enhancing and recognizing the customary institution that play a very important role, indigenous people continued being criminalized, tortured, and also displaced from their homelands. The strong growth of the evidence is already there for the need of the recognition, like the platform of the GEF that we are discussing today, supporting the right-based conservation, the effective sustainability of the management, and also deal with the COVID and climate crises. However, the limitation resources allocated for indigenous people and limitation for the strengthening the capacity of the indigenous people organization is also big challenges for their effective engagements and also participation in their policy discourse and its implementation on the ground. So this is my last slide, that the recognition of indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge, is already started at the global level. As Terence already indicated, I was the former co-chair of this platform. The rights of the indigenous people were recognized in the Paris Accord. That has been one of the outcome of this Paris agreement, is the establishment of these local communities and indigenous peoples platform, with the main three function of knowledge, capacity building, and climate change policy and action. So this is the hope of many indigenous people, to have the platform to share their knowledge and experience, how important role and contribution they have played on the grounds for the local action to deal with the global crisis of the climate change. For this one, the joining hands with all the agencies, bilateral, multilaterals, even the stakeholders, even government agency and policy makers, is very important for them to understand the pertinent role of indigenous peoples, and the basis of recognizing and continuation of this knowledge is land tenure security. Thank you very much, and I will be happy to respond any queries after this.
Well, thank you very much, Pasang. And the last point about the UNFCCC platform is extremely relevant, given that the Paris Accord explicitly mentions traditional knowledge for adaptation and mitigation. So we may have some questions on that for you. We now move to our third presenter, who is Sissy Gore-Birch. She is a Jaru Kija woman with a connection to the Balangara and Bunuba country in the Kimberley region of Western Australia, which, for those of you who don't know Australia, that's on the top left. Sissy has worked in the community development sector for the past 20 years with an outlook on fairness, justice, and equality for her people. Sissy is currently employed by Bush Heritage Australia as an executive manager overseeing Aboriginal partnerships, and has extensive experience in implementing Indigenous fire management, research and engagement at the international level. Sissy, we look forward to your tales from out yonder. Over to you.
Terence, and before I start, I'd also like to acknowledge what country I'm sitting on tonight, and that's the Mirarong Gadjurong country, and also to acknowledge all the fellow sisters and brothers all around the world, and to the other presenters, to Sanos, the president of the civil society, Carlos, the CEO and chair of the GEF, Nita, Lucy Romero, and the other speakers within our panel. Thank you very much, and I'm really passionate about all those different subjects shared tonight. Nicholas, just a quick heads up, are we showing the video beforehand? If we can start with the video, that would be great.
My name is Sissy Gore-Birch. I am a Jarragidja woman and living on Balangara country up in the East Kimberley region of Northern Australia. Destructive wildfires are a major threat to human lives, biodiversity, property and economies. There is an urgent need for a practical, scalable solution for fire-prone landscapes around the globe. Our approach combines Indigenous knowledge with modern science and satellite data. The experience in Northern Australia has proven that wildfire and greenhouse gas emissions can be reduced by half, while at the same time provide jobs for poor and remote communities and reinvigorate our culture. When you share the stories of Indigenous knowledge and the traditional practices of Aboriginal people, fire was a really important commodity, but also an aspect where we practice our culture through traditional burns. Indigenous Rangers have had the opportunity to go over to Botswana to be able to share our experiences with fellow brothers and sisters who are living in third world situations and, share the journey of addressing climate change on a global level. And it's really important that we understand that traditional ecological knowledge is just as important as Western knowledge. And if we can bring those two together to complement the work that we're all trying to address in climate change, I think it's a win-win for everybody.
Great, thank you, Nicholas. Can we start the PowerPoint presentation also, please? Yes, so just I've done the introduction already, so if we can go to the next page. So usually with my presentations, I'd like to really share this point about the importance of culture, the importance of connection to country, the importance of management of country, and these photos really demonstrate what's really important to me, my family, and to our culture back here in the East Kimberley region at the very top of Western Australia in the Kimberleys. So this is something that our people have really worked for a very long time in getting some land back. And through the native title process, through the federal government, we were able to get some land back and cover it within the IPA, the Indigenous Protected Areas, and receive some funds to be able to do some real management on country. And back in 2013, Balanga Aboriginal Corporation, which I'm the chair of, actually registered for a ERF program, the the Carbon Abatement Project. And this has been a really successful program in creating opportunities for our people. Next slide, please. So I share this picture because we've heard it through Marco, we've heard it through Lucy, we've heard it through Ramiro, just in regards to the importance of Aboriginal people and Indigenous people right through our countries and internationally and also locally, is that Aboriginal people have been managing and Indigenous people have been managing country for a very long time. And there were certain systems in place where Aboriginal people were managing the agriculture of the land and the biodiversity of the land, and really looking at the management of how fire was taken and also looking at all the different seasons. And this was really important, and this was really, I guess, something that once the Western society came in and when we were colonized, this information wasn't really taught through our educational systems, but this is something now that we're in a position that traditional ecological knowledge plays a really important role, and especially with the hot fires that were happening over in Australia, the hot fires that were happening over in California, all over the world, that now traditional ecological knowledge with fire management is playing a really important role. Next slide, please. So this is, again, a map of the northern parts of Australia. And if you see probably just in between Darwin and Broome, and there's a green patch up here, that's where I come from. So since 2000, 1/3 of Northern Australia has had savanna fire carbon projects registered over an area that equals more than half of Botswana. So 77 savanna fire management projects now contracted to deliver 8.8 million tonnes over the next 10 years. And those projects, which have now generated an estimate of $100 million worth of ACCUs, and which has had the opportunity now to be able to create over 1,100 jobs for our people and traditional owners. And this, through the federal government, we're very thankful for this opportunity through the ERF and the Carbon Abatement Project. This has really opened up the market for Indigenous people to not only be a part of economic development, but protection and being protection of our land, protection of those sacred sites and those sites of significance, and those sites where a lot of our cultural species migrate to. So it's really giving us an opportunity to be at the table to make decisions on land management opportunities. This is through the Carbon Abatement Project. This has really given us an opportunity also to look at generating income through the carbon market and creating employment and training opportunities, but also looking at that biodiversity and looking at also protecting our assets and our infrastructure within this landscape. So as you can see, this is right across Northern Australia. Our practice through our savanna burning projects has really made a huge impact on our Indigenous people right across Northern Australia, but now Australia-wide. More and more people are now taking traditional ecological knowledge, but also traditional fire burning programs and regimes very seriously on how we can actually integrate the Western science knowledge and also the traditional ecological knowledge to come together for the better outcome for everybody. Next slide, please. So this slide here, we've already heard from the number of speakers in regards to the purple map down below with the percentage of Indigenous managed land. And as we can see that we are in a position where we can actually try and influence a lot of decisions, not only locally, but globally. And how do we actually do this in a strategic way? And the top map is pretty much showing us where we can actually look at using the methods of traditional fire management and taking these methods to reduce these greenhouse gases can be actually adapted in these different landscapes right through the world. Next slide, please. So through the International Savannah Fire Management Initiative, the aims for this program or this initiative is to provide a foundation for implementing a series of pilot sites, developing the framework to support these sites. So we've heard through the video that we've got a relationship happening with the Botswanans, and this has been a really effective program. We've had an exchange program with Northern Australian Indigenous ranges. So we had representatives right across Northern Australia participate in an exchange program over in Botswana. And there was a bit of a challenge that happened where the Australian Indigenous fire managers went over and practiced and showed and really sort of tried to replicate the practices within Australia and took that over to Botswana, and it was really successful. So this actually just shows us that the methods that we are using back here in Australia, we are able to take these exchanges and this information and to be able to share this knowledge with other countries and Indigenous nations where we can actually work together in addressing and lowering the emissions right around the world and making a difference to climate change. Next slide, please. So this is something that I'm really passionate about, women rangers and the role of Indigenous women rangers, not only in Australia, but right across, I guess, internationally. I had the opportunity to attend the conference over in Nepal last year, and I was really impressed with the Indigenous Rangers program and how do we actually look at exchanging some of this knowledge. And a few of our Indigenous women rangers came along to that exchange, and this is something that we're all passionate about. It was mentioned about the roles and responsibility of women and the roles and responsibility of men. There's also roles and responsibilities of the elders and the children. So we all play a really important role in the landscape and how we actually manage the landscape. And the role of women in fire is now becoming known to everybody. So they are becoming more and more due to the funding that's more available through the state and federal government, but also through this initiative, through the International Savannah project, we are able now to be able to take some of this knowledge and be able to share this with other international programs and with other women right across the nation to be able to share the way we do fire and to share the knowledge and exchange that information really effectively across all the different nations. So as you can see, the landscapes are very different. So we've got fire practices happening in the desert. We've got, women participating with the aerial cindery burns and dropping fire. And also we've got women involved with the cultural walks, but also looking at what actually comes out of that. Women are also major players in the seed collection and the seed banking and really protecting our native species and our plants and looking at the medicinal plants. So how do we actually make sure that we're doing effective burning? So through that whole survey before and after and really collecting the data and taking ownership of this information is something that a lot of our people are now taking control of. Next slide, please. So I think the last slide is actually just my end picture. And this was taken up in Fitzroy Crossing just before the wet. But this is something that, we all share this responsibility in fire. We all share this responsibility in providing protection and as custodians, and also the transition and transformation of information and knowledge to our younger generation. And this is something that's happening worldwide. A lot of our elders are now passing away, and our traditional holders of knowledge is something that we need to continue to support, and I feel within Australia there isn't a lot of support for that. But this is something through fire management and fire practices that there has been a lot of documentation from the early explorers stating that Aboriginal people of Australia were the land managers and they managed this country very effectively. So now bringing those practices back into play is really important. And with the opportunity through native title, through land rights, through settlement agreements that's happening right around Australia, within the urban areas, this is something that the practice of right way fire is now being brought back into society. And how do we actually make sure that we are going to be able to take this information further? How do we engage our young people and our youth? So this is something that we have a challenge now, is really getting our young people engaged and looking at that sustainability of the information and the knowledge. And how do we do that effectively with bringing all people together who have a role and responsibility? We are talking about men, we are talking about women, we're talking about elders, and we're talking about the younger generation. So this is something that it's not going to go away. This is something that we're faced with, the challenges of climate change, the challenges of our country and the usage of our water, with the high capacity of mining industries coming through and agriculture. So how do we manage that effectively in a way that's going to be an outcome, a positive outcome, but also not leaving us in a deficit where we're having to also pick up the pieces? And this is something now through native title, with those protected areas, we are able to make an impact and have a voice at the table. So it's really important that we continue to have a voice and a united approach as Indigenous people of the world to make sure that we are doing our very best as a nation. Thank you.
So thank you, Sissy. I know you have to leave soon. Do we still have you for another 10 minutes?
Yeah, probably just for another 10 minutes, and that's probably
all right.
it.
And then your colleague Sam Johnston from the University of Melbourne, I know, is online in case there are related questions. So we are going to try and catch up a little bit of time to get back on schedule. We have about 10 minutes before the next item. What I propose is I will ask a few general questions which all three panelists can think about, and then we will hear from Gabriella Richardson-Tem for her discussant intervention, and then come back to the three panelists and wrap up. So the cross-cutting questions I would like to address is on the blending of what is known as Western scientific knowledge and traditional knowledge. If I know that Ali Ferretti, you've just been up all night for 3 days involved with the IP-BEST discussions. IP-BEST explicitly tries to do this. How has that worked, in your opinion, in Fiji? I think Pasang and Sissy, you could both comment on that. And then the second question would be, in the exercise you described, Sissy, of translating fire burning practices from Australia to Africa, how has been the kind of cultural translation process of taking knowledge from one part of the world and explaining it or localizing it somewhere else? So now I think if you could just think about those questions, we'll turn to Gabriella for her discussant points from the GEF. Over to you, Gabriella.
Thank you, Teras, and thank you all, and to Alerefti and Pasang and Sissy for those testimonies today. You know, the first thing that struck me was to connect it to the opening remarks, or the remarks by Ramiro that said, wisdom that becomes science. And in all of the testimonies and the presentations from the three of you, it is very clear that that statement describes very well what the role of Indigenous peoples and local communities. I think also the way that I could summarize it, that you could see that all of your presentations illustrates very, very clearly the critical importance of traditional and local and indigenous knowledge. It is not only the knowledge, it's the culture and the long-term culture and understanding of the environment. But one of the things that struck me, which I think we speak a little bit less about, it's the skills and the methods and the management practices that are so important, that comes with that, ingrained in that knowledge. And I think we talk quite often, just, you know, there's this Indigenous people's knowledge, but actually the management practices that comes with that and how important that is. So just 3 key messages, and I will not be long because I'd rather that you have a conversation with the 3 of you later. But I see sort of 3 key messages. Really the issue about that for Indigenous peoples, the skills and knowledge, the methods has to, right now is very important for mitigating the impact of climate change and all of the issues around environmental degradation. At the same time, it has to be able to play the role and is playing, as you are showing, but has to more and more play the role and getting the space to play the role in the restoration and the pathways forward. And I think the third thing that I see and that I heard from the presentations is really this importance of not just thinking about traditional knowledge and management things in the local context, that it is about making those differences both in terms of local food securities or livelihoods or the local environment, but to really move it beyond that to the global conversations, as I think Sissi and I think Pasang mentioned, the interaction with the global discourse on climate change and the global discourse on environment and biodiversity, and to really make that link and the scaling up in that level. So I just wanted to put those 3 issues out there. And I don't want to go too far in terms of what the GEF has been doing, but I just very quickly, and Sano mentioned, the efforts that we have done as a secretariat to push forward policies and frameworks is to make sure that we provide the best incentives that we can to make sure that local people, men and women, and all stakeholders, civil society, can engage and have a voice in both the development and the implementation and evaluation of our projects. And Sano mentioned we have updated our frameworks on stakeholder engagements, the vision on civil society. We also strengthen our way of addressing issues of gender equality. And even though that there's ways that we can improve moving forward, it really sets the tone for increasing and protecting and ensuring women's participation and voice in decision-making and in governance. And we also very recently updated our policy on environmental and social safeguards. This policy, and as reflecting on what we heard in the 3 presentations, very much recognize the rights, the value and the importance of cultural resources, both intangible and tangible resources, as well as the protection of Indigenous people's rights and the free, prior and informed consent. So we are pushing in that direction, that we are trying to create the incentives. But I wanted to conclude with sort of echoing a little bit of what Carlos Manuel was mentioning in his opening remarks. It's not so much about these policies and safeguards. It's really about the engagement and the incentive we as a GEF partnership can create at the country, at the national level within the countries, changing policies, making sure that the land policies are right, the tenure practices are right, that there is enough empowerment of local communities, and that there is opportunities for the scaling up. And so I don't want to take any more time, but I really wanted to thank you all on the behalf of the Secretariat for this great presentation. And back to you, Terence.
Thank you, Gabriela, in particular for mentioning land restoration in the context of the coming decade and the opportunities to build on fire management and other land management practices of Indigenous peoples. There are some comments and questions in the chat. One of them is in relation to the definitions, just to clarify that the CSO consultation applies to the traditional knowledge of Indigenous peoples and local communities, as does the CBD Article 8J and the UNFCCC platform. The question about indicators, Sano, is specifically to SGP, and I think just to respond briefly to say that there are various techniques being field tested, and we take your point that efforts to streamline indicators is something that GEF has tried to do, not to have too many thousands of indicators and get them streamlined. If any of the council members or alternates wish to pose questions, please do so in the chat, or if you would like, we can open the microphones. I suggest now we go back to our panelists, and if people would like to contribute any more questions in the chat, please go ahead. So let's start with you, Ali Ferretti.
Yeah, thank you. Let me thank you for the question, Terence. And I think let me share my experience with the IPBS work on ILK, and I think the intention of involving traditional knowledge with Western science is, I mean, is very noble, and I think all those involved are very, very open and intentionally working to incorporate traditional knowledge. However, when it comes to policy, the Western knowledge still becomes the deciding knowledge to rule in or rule out what is the final decision or conclusion. I think that's perhaps an ongoing challenge that will have to be looked at in future. And secondly, most of the knowledge, traditional knowledge that is looked at in IPBS, in particular in invasive species, are documented. Unless knowledge is documented, it won't be, that much of a value in looking at with Western science in this particular case. So it's I think what it begs the question of documenting local knowledge where it's necessary, and the more they are documented, the more they become available and accessible for policy or for decision making.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ali Ferretti. I think the next roundtable with UNESCO links may address your point about this effort to document and to bring traditional knowledge into the sort of public domain. I'll move now to Sissi, and then finally with Pasang. So Sissi, over to you.
Thank you, Nicholas, and thank you, Freddie. Knowledge versus the Western science. This is something I'm regularly dealing with, not only just locally within my own communities, but also just on a national level, and trying to get some of that message through, be able to take it seriously. Alfedi, you did, I think you hit it on the head in regard to the last decision makers always goes back to the Western science. And I think this is where we need to get more Indigenous people aligned with conversations and educating our broader community about being empowered to be able to sit at the table to make these decisions. And I've found, as an Indigenous woman going to committee meetings, sometimes I'm the only Aboriginal woman at these tables. And because we have historical challenges, Carlos has mentioned this in his talk, is that we have historical challenges, and we need to try and break some of these historical challenges down to be able to get the traditional ecological knowledge on the table and to be serious about what actions come out of that. Because we're still dealing with those historical challenges, it's going to take time to be able to change those mindsets, those attitudes, and to be able to look at some sort of tailored competency within the systems that we're dealing with. Because when we're working through the systems within the government, they've never really had the interest of traditional people or Aboriginal people or Indigenous people across the world. So this is something that we're continuously fighting for that acknowledgement, for that recognition. And this is where I think we need to be really thinking strategically. I'm forever passing this message on to our people locally, is that we need more people at the table. We need more people educated and understanding these issues, because at the end of the day, we all sit in silos. We work within our own organizations. And how do we become more effective in regards to how do we communicate that a lot more to be able to, I guess, bring our alliances with other people who may not be in these circles to be a part of making that change worldwide.
Okay, thank you, Sissy. There's a point that Lucy Malenke has just made in the chat about the public domain. For TK, this is a big question, and there are appropriate safeguards for that, and it should be for IPLCs to decide what to put in the public domain. I think that is well understood. So now we will have the last intervention response from Pasang, please.
Yeah, thank you, Terence, and also thank you for the queries. Regarding this, the Western knowledge and the indigenous knowledge is a very important discussion that we need to carry on. And I'm glad this has been highlighted in this panel discussion as well. That, throughout the history in the development or modernization or education or whatever, throughout the history, what happened is undermining the indigenous knowledge and cultural practices in our knowledge system. I agree with the Gabriel that skill, knowledge, methods, practices, our process need to be understood. So what happens now, as we have at least some resource with the IPCC and also some bilateral agencies coming up with the values of the indigenous knowledge and cultural practices for climate change adaptation and mitigation. But there has not been sufficient resource, or there has not been sufficient resources or time or efforts done to understand these underlying important values of the skills and knowledge and process methods, how indigenous people have been contributing for climate change. And we have been failed to move in this process to educate, to aware, to build the capacity of the policy makers, the lawmakers, the state parties, to understand them how important indigenous people have been playing an important role. So that has been one of the drawbacks. Why now, the indigenous people still now has been seen as an objective to be studied, rather rather trusting them, they can do far better. The principle of the ethic and image, I really want to put it here. We have a wealth of knowledge on our ground. We have a wealth of knowledge, indigenous people on their own values, their value system, their practices on the grounds. But this wealth of knowledge has been misinterpreted and never been acknowledged by the science, the Western values and knowledge that we have been educated, brought up in that way. So this is the time for the allocation of resources, allocation of time, our efforts, the discourse, discussion, platform for us to understand internalization and understanding and then value and role played by indigenous people, and cultivate the knowledge system to be enhanced and further passed to the future generation for whole protection of this whole ecosystem, biodiversity, and the crisis that we have been facing.
Thank you, Pasang. We are now, I think, at the end of our time. I would just like, before closing, to read out a couple of comments and questions that have come in from, I guess, council members. One is a very interesting question for everyone to ponder. Can the TK approach be applied to marine protected areas beyond national jurisdiction? That's a hard one. I don't think too many people have an answer to that. There's another question from the Caribbean on history and from St. Kitts and Nevis with a comment that every group comes with their own traditions, and there must be a balance to find the common ground to ensure lives and livelihoods are preserved. Culture is taught across ethnicities to ensure that we all understand that nature conservation, clean water, and other related measures are vital to our survival. So I think that is a fitting point maybe to end on, that traditional knowledge is held by all groups. I would now defer to the Master of Ceremonies, Pilar, to agree if we shift now to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Terence, Pasang, Sisi, Aliferetti, and Gabriela, and also to other participants who made comments and asked questions. Now it is my pleasure to introduce the next session on the launch of the GEF Small Grants Program publication that highlights the support of the program to Indigenous peoples. And I would like to give the floor then to Yoko Watanabe. She's the Global Manager of the GEF Small Grants Program at UNDP. She has over 25 years of professional experience working on biodiversity, natural resources management, and international development. Prior to joining the SGP, Yoko was here with us at the Global Environment Facility Secretariat, where she held various positions, including heads of Asia program and gender social inclusion team. She also served as program manager on biodiversity. Yoko also worked at the Worldwide Fund for Nature as its conservation director at the Mongolia country office, and later as a senior advisor on multilateral relations at the US office. She also worked in the past for UNDP and for Japanese International Cooperation. Yoko, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pilar, for this introduction. I am very pleased to moderate this session today to launch the GEF Small Grants Program publication entitled The 25 Years of Engagement with Indigenous People. This is a topic very close to my heart, who have been working on Indigenous peoples for years now, so thank you very much. To set the scene first, we would like to show a brief video that highlights the Small Grants Program's long-term partnership and achievement with Indigenous peoples. Please have the video on. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the 25 years, over the 25 years journey with Indigenous peoples, Small Grants Program's commitment to working and engaging with Indigenous peoples. I now would like to pass on the floor to Mr. Gustavo Fonseca, Director of Program at the GEF Secretariat, who has been demonstrating many years of leadership in promoting and enhancing engagement with Indigenous peoples at GEF and beyond. Over to you, Gustavo.
Thank you very much, Yoko. It's a real pleasure to be here with all of you in this wonderful event, and also to participate in this session that's launching the publication that celebrates 35 years of engagement with Indigenous peoples through the Small Grants Program. Since the beginning of this program, the participation of Indigenous people has been quite significant. And only in SGP, 37% of all grants had Indigenous people involvement directly. A total of $163 million was directed to over 5,900 projects that have benefited Indigenous peoples. On average, 54% of all project grants involving Indigenous peoples from the SGP were $25,000 or more. And this experience is being extremely valuable and is informing the next level of work by the GEF with Indigenous peoples through the Inclusive Conservation Program, which was launched as a pilot in this current cycle in GEF 7. And it's looking at grants managed by Indigenous peoples themselves, but that are one order of magnitude greater than the average grant SGP has been providing. The program received quite a lot of guidance from the GEF Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, And we hope that this pilot can inspire more work as we start preparing the GEF 8 strategy. It was said here this morning, I think multiple times, that indigenous peoples have been the stewards of 25% of all terrestrial and coastal biodiversity, meaning that these communities are key to the mission of the GEF to protect the global environmental commons. In fact, since 2014, this was highlighted in the video, the SGP has supported the conservation of over 440 protected areas and indigenous and community conserved areas over the period covered by this provocation. But with mounting pressures that we all noticing, it's really vital that we continue to expand our support to indigenous peoples in their efforts to enhance territorial governance. And this was another point that was highlighted multiple times so far in this meeting. And therefore, we need to redouble our efforts to protect and catalog traditional knowledge and to help also conserve cultural diversity around the world, reflected by 6,700 different languages spoken by different peoples. This publication also brings together several prior reports that contain valuable lessons that capture the wealth of data on how the GEF Small Grants Program has been working with indigenous peoples. So I'd like now to just commend Yoko and her team for having worked on this report. And I hope that this report can serve to guide and inspire us to do much more in partnership with indigenous peoples. And with that, I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gustavo, for that inspiring words and further commitment for scaling up. With this, I would like to now pass on the floor and introduce Mr. Pradeep Kurukurasiria, the Director of Nature, Climate, Energy, and the Executive Coordinator of Environment Finance at UNDP. He has been a passionate leader and supporter on the issues related to Indigenous peoples, and we're delighted to have you here. Over to you, Pradeep.
Thank you, Yoko. I have to say that before I say anything else, that video really, I needed that today. I needed that to be reminded as to why we're doing what we're doing. It reminded me as to why this is such an important topic and why we need to do more. So thank you for that. And it's a pleasure to be with you at this session, a critical one, I believe, given a number of developments around the world on this topic. Indeed, as we have all recognized, indigenous peoples have certainly long been stewards of the environment, conserving biodiversity, adapting to the changing climate based on traditional knowledge. This is, I think, recognized around the world, and in fact, it really is something that we need to harness a lot more of. And we need to find new ways to help indigenous peoples to conserve their territories with a renewed commitment to bring all partners together, I think, to help ensure that happens. At the same time, I think we also need to reflect on past injustices resulting from earlier conservation models, and try and, I think, bring about a new generation of partnerships with indigenous peoples at the core of it, to sort of reimagine, if you like, conservation in line with human rights. I think it is really important to support indigenous peoples to gain direct access to funding at the global level. And this is something that I have been working closely with many colleagues on this call today in this session. And I really hope we can make some inroads into that practice, so that it really does become more the norm than the exception. I think we also have to say that as one of the pioneers working with indigenous people, the Small Grant Program has certainly been recognized as one of the primary modalities of engagement for indigenous people, not only with the support, incredible support of the Global Environment Facility, but also with other partners. And I think the decentralized grant-making system is certainly something to really commend. we very much hope that this rich body of experiences can help everyone to really expand their capabilities, to scale up additional initiatives to support indigenous peoples with the objective of certainly ensuring that we also help with increasing the flow of finance for biodiversity and climate action that involve indigenous peoples. Certainly you can definitely trust on and UNDP's commitment to ensure that our insights, our governance systems, our risk assessed flexibilities, which have been tested through the SGP model, will be applied in future programming opportunities. And I very much look forward to supporting that. So thank you very much, Yoko.
Thank you very much, Pradeep and Gustavo, for these inspiring remarks and strong commitment to moving forward and recognizing the critical roles that Indigenous peoples play as steward of the global environment and recognizing their rights. So this publication that we are launching today, I'm not sure whether you can see it, but it's also in my back, is dedicated to thousands of Indigenous people who the Small Grants Program have worked together to protect their landscape and territories and transmit ancestral wisdom to conserve their natural and cultural heritage for future generations. I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge Terence Hayeti and all our colleagues who are actually also joining today, their strong dedication and passion in supporting Indigenous people through the close to 6,000 projects in 94 countries. Finally, a very big thank you to GEF and UNDP and all other partners, and particularly the Indigenous sisters and brothers, for their trust and support in enabling us to pioneer and innovate on the initiatives for a long term for over 25 years. We truly hope this publication will help finding ways for us to amplify and recommit to renewed partnership with Indigenous people. With this, thank you very much for this brief but very important session and working with you all today and the interaction. Thank you very much. Over to you, Pilar.
Thank you so much, Yoko, Gustavo, and Pradeep. And thank you to all our SGP colleagues and also to the SGP grantees. So now I'd like to introduce our second and last roundtable. This is on the role of traditional knowledge in responding to the COVID-19 crisis and to global environmental challenges. We're gonna have a 1 hour roundtable, and the moderator will be Ms. Laura Bermudez. Laura is a Colombian lawyer with experience in design, implementation, and monitoring of environmental projects. She has a significant knowledge in protected areas and strategic ecosystems, social participation strategies, and intersectoral dialogue, especially with Indigenous peoples, local communities, Afro-Colombians, and peasants for the protection and promotion of natural and cultural heritage of Colombia. Laura right now is an advisor to international cooperation and negotiation at the International Affairs Office of the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of Colombia. She was also a council member at the GEF. Laura, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pilar. Good morning to everyone. It's an honor for me to be here moderating this roundtable number 2. These issues are also close to my heart. And first of all, I want to express our solidarity with everybody who has been affected by the present crisis caused by the COVID-19 and also the recent hurricanes. We do believe that together we can live stronger from these difficult times. Thank you, our panelists, and to the people who are interested in these matters. We will have around 1 hour to make a paramount conversation on roundtable number 2 about the role of traditional knowledge in responding to the COVID crisis and the global environmental challenges. As you know, we are here we all know that in the different projects financed by the GEF, With the participation of the IPLCs, the corresponding social safeguards are applied that promote the active participation of the IPLCs in the design, implementation, and execution of activities in their territories. In this sense, the project should encourage the recommendation for the protection of the traditional knowledge of the IPLCs, and where possible, make use the voluntary guidelines from the ad hoc AJ working group. Nicholas, if you can please show the slides. One of those documents are the voluntary guidelines for traditional knowledge, Mushkushtal, for access and benefit sharing, for the utilization of the traditional knowledge, and the other 4 important documents like glossary, ethic, conduct. And also, the next one, please, on the side of the GEF, indigenous peoples' traditional knowledge and ecosystem management practices are recognized by the GEF as highly relevant for the protection of the global environmental commons, environmental management, sustainable development. Also, the GEF sees indigenous people as distinct communities whose identity and culture is deeply linked to the land, as the CEO just said in his intervention. Their territories and natural resources they depend upon. Finally, it is important to consider the different strategies that IPLCs has developed to face the crisis for COVID-19. In the first place, the voluntary isolation, and the second, the use of the traditional knowledge. In the next slides, you can see some examples of these. The next slide, please. Like the platform, indigenous regional platform for COVID-19, from the Fund of the Development of Indigenous Peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean, and also the IDB documents that summarize some of the actions taken by the indigenous people of the Latin American, and recently the publication of the GEF Small Grant Program engagement with the indigenous people that launched today a few minutes ago. So in this roundtable number 2, we will address the objectives of this consultation, especially the objective number 3, which is to provide input from GEF Council members, partners, and key stakeholders to identify practical actions to better support the application of traditional knowledge within the GEF. And the objective number 4, which is highlighting the challenges and risk of COVID-19 for indigenous people and outline how traditional knowledge can assist indigenous peoples in responding to the COVID-19 crisis. So thank you for being here. We will have 4 panelists. First of all, Mr. Nigel Crowell. The second will be Giovanni Reyes. The third, Neida Andy. And finally, we will have Cindy Naamenikowe. So let's start with our first panelist, Mr. Nigel Crowell. He's the Chief of Section for Small Islands and Indigenous Knowledge in the Natural Science Sector for UNESCO. He's the former Director of Secretariat for the Indigenous Peoples of Africa Coordinating Committee and former Program Coordinator for the South Africa Science Institute. He served for 6 years as Chair of the IUCN theme on Indigenous Peoples, Local Communities and Equity and Protected Areas, and Intercommission Advisory Body. He has a funding supporter for the ICA Consortium. He holds a PhD from the University of Cape Town on endangered southern sign language. So welcome, Nigel. You have 7 minutes to present an overview of UN trends in the interaction of science and indigenous and local knowledge systems. Please go ahead, Nigel.
Laura, thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you to Jeff, but also thank you to the Indigenous leaders who have just given a superb set of presentations and I think set out many of the opportunities and challenges. So just to touch lightly on COVID-19, because it's quite a complex puzzle by itself, but my main intervention today is to talk about the relationship between Indigenous knowledge and the UN system and where we're going and what this interface between science and Indigenous knowledge tells us. So some of you will know that UNESCO has put together its first bulletin or newsletter, which you can find online. where we've been speaking to Indigenous peoples and UNESCO offices around the world about their experience of COVID-19. And there were a lot of messages, and we've tried to give voice to our Indigenous partners and to the different experiences in different parts of the world. And there were a lot of messages. There were messages about clear information around the use of Indigenous languages, the role of new technologies in helping people understand what they were dealing with, but also the reality that many people, especially in rural areas, were cut off from healthcare services, that they were struggling to understand what this disease was. Unlike in Western urban areas, many Indigenous people live with consistent disease issues all the time, issues of malaria and dengue fever and dysentery and other infections. And here comes another one, and yet this one is different from the others. Also to say, and we really recognize this in the dialogue, that pandemics raise a lot of traumatic issues for Indigenous people. The history of colonization was a history of disease, was a history of terrible loss of life from colonialism spreading zoonotic or other diseases from the Western world into all corners of the planet. So this pandemic raises a lot of memories about the experiences that people have suffered from. What we wanted to input in this discussion was that there has been a steady evolution of the UN's understanding and appreciation of Indigenous knowledge as a critical component in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is not by accident. This comes a lot from advocacy and exchange and the emergence of the different mechanisms. So even from 1923, when Chief Descahe of the Iroquois Confederacy spoke to the League of Nations for the first time, his speech was about lands and waters and resources and the role of Indigenous people within their territories. And I think that our 2020 speakers are telling us the same story. There was a rigidity in the relationship between the Western, and we call it Western, even though it's a global system of science, with roots in West Asia, South Asia, East Asia, and Western Europe, and now a global system. But that system of science has its own norms and principles and its modalities and methodologies. Indigenous knowledge systems are extremely complex. They're very much based on this, where they've emerged from. The languages of the people are intimately tied to the transmission of the knowledge system, and the way that people live on the land or the seas or the waters shape how these systems exist. One thing that we at UNESCO learned very clearly was that there's an underlying institutional capacity that Indigenous people have that is sometimes not explicit. So when we talk about Indigenous peoples and their knowledge systems, actually there are underlying ways in which that knowledge is managed, transmitted, reviewed, tested, and transformed to meet the current requirements. And so in the middle of COVID-19, Indigenous people were applying their logic, applying their knowledge systems, and looking at the appropriate solutions for the problems they were dealing with. I think, as most of you know, our section on the local Indigenous knowledge systems program at UNESCO is one of the very few dedicated entirely to the interface of natural sciences and to Indigenous knowledge. And where we've seen some important breakthroughs is we support the IPBES process, so the Intergovernmental Platform for Science Policy of Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, where many of your speakers are involved in dialogues with assessment scientists. This is the biggest change in the UN system. Here we have a systematic methodology for looking at knowledge exchanges and trying to create greater equity in the exchange of these knowledge systems, but also trying to represent all regions of the world and the immense diversity of Indigenous knowledge. And in the global assessment, which was launched last year, you saw a very strong commitment by the science community that this partnership of knowledge, this co-production, complementarity, is key to our future. We're also in dialogue. Obviously, we've been working closely with the UNFCCC. Pasang has spoken about the work of the LCIPP, but also the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is very interested to work more closely with Indigenous peoples. So we've gone from a situation where it was very difficult for Indigenous people to be at the table to a critical moment where not only being at the table, but trying to define new types of knowledge relationships where Indigenous peoples are coming in as qualified scientists, but also as Indigenous knowledge holders. But also, and I leave this as my final comments, what we've learned is giving resources to Indigenous people to do their own research, to do their community-led research, to apply their own knowledge system. They may do that in cooperation with scientists, but it allows them to come to the table with a lot of certainty, a lot of confidence in what they're talking about. And I know this is an extreme example, but it was really touched me when I was in Chad. A grandmother who I have known for a number of years said to me, the work that they did on research taught her that she was an educated woman. She said, I never went to school, I was illiterate. I always thought I knew nothing. Other people who went to school, they're more important than I am. And then by doing the research, I realized actually I know a lot about the environment. And I went and I spoke to the neighbors who have been taking over our territory. And they said, and I explained to them why we do nomadism, why we do transhumance, what's happening with the changing climate. And the neighbors said, oh, we didn't realize we shouldn't actually take your land. And so they made an agreement not to infringe on the nomadic transhumance corridors. It was just one example, but here was a grandmother who had never been to school. And by rethinking the value of her knowledge, she changed her relationship with the other actors. And I think that that's what we're trying to get at, is a new set of relationships where there's complementarity, cooperation, respect, and where this knowledge is able to change the way we're living on the planet together. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you very much, Nigel. This is very important to remember that this is not the first pandemic in our history. Thank you for that. And also the relevance of the IPLC systems knowledge built on their native language and among other characteristics, always in adaptation process. So thank you for that. And let's go with our second panelist, which is Mr. Giovanni Reyes. He is the president of Philippine ICA Consortium, honorary member of Global ICA Consortium, and member of the GEF IPAC. So Giovanni, welcome. You have 7 minutes to tell us about the application of traditional knowledge by Indigenous people through ICAs and other community-based approaches and implications for responding to the COVID-19.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Laura. And to the new GEF chairperson, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, the IPAG chair, Lucy Mulinki, the CSO network chair, Mr. Sano, of course, our master of ceremonies, Pilar, and fellow panelists and speakers, good evening and good morning. I would like to start with a question. If knowledge is power, what power does traditional knowledge have? And for what purposes? This question emerges in light of findings in the last decade that areas governed under traditional knowledge have higher levels of biodiversity compared to a protected area systems managed by governments alone. Conversely, deforestation is higher in areas declared as strict protected by governments compared to community conserved areas governed under traditional law or under traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge has led also the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform and Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, or the IPBES that the previous speaker mentioned, to report that indigenous peoples are often better placed than scientists to provide detailed information on biodiversity and environmental change. And the failed Archie targets, the failure of the Archie targets to meet even a single target, is ascribed on governments not understanding the scale of the challenge faced by the natural world, as reported by the UNCBD Deputy Executive Secretary, and as mentioned a while ago, even by the GEF chairperson. These findings during the last decade will tell us that achieving targets in the post-2020 global biodiversity framework will not be possible without the leadership of indigenous peoples and local communities who are stewarding more than 1/3 of the world's terrestrial area. As things stand, governments do not have cultural and spiritual relationship with the environment in ways that indigenous peoples have. That's the big difference, a whale of a difference. While governments are concerned with targets, indigenous peoples are concerned with culture-nature affinity, that by customary rule and sacred duty must be passed intact from one generation to the next in a continuity that is like life itself. And to break continuity means only one thing. That's the death of biodiversity, or that's the death of territories of life. So let me share you a few slides, maybe three or four slides, I think, where we can see the inextricable link between traditional knowledge and ICCAs. Can we have that, Laura? The first slide.
Nicholas.
It's from translating traditional knowledge into its physical dimension in the form of maps. So the link, the documentation of indigenous peoples' community conserved territories and areas will amplify the critical role of traditional knowledge. And here, the process begins where the people's knowledge about the extent and boundaries of their territories, as I said a while ago, are translated into its physical dimension in the form of maps and 3D models, so that the elders, the leaders, the decision makers in the community would be able to see their knowledge into its physical dimension. By transforming knowledge into scientific material, the community is able to determine parts of their domain which they consider environmentally critical areas and must be protected, including watersheds, sacred groves, sacred sites, which they attach cultural and spiritual values. And after mapping, after they translate their traditional knowledge into maps, then it's time to determine the state of health of forests by using the maps. By using the maps, they will identify which areas in the territory should be investigated. And the state of health of forests are determined through inventory of resources by identifying plants and tree species using traditional names. And this serves to monitor the arboreal biodiversity richness and evenness and the extent of biomass that local communities manage. By interlocking traditional knowledge and science, local issues are addressed and the value of information is felt by the communities because it was by them that they investigated the nature or state of health of their forests. So it's not a top-down, at any rate, an example is a GEF funded mapping. Do we have the do we have these slides, Laura?
Yes, it's coming right up, Giovanni. Just a few
The one I
seconds.
sent you. The example of what I just explained a while ago is a GEF-funded mapping of 167,000 hectares of ICCAs that we piloted in the Philippines recently from 2016 to 2019. Not only did it amplify the role of traditional knowledge, but the outcome of the work pushed the country at the forefront of inclusive conservation, at least for the Southeast Asia region. This is how powerful traditional knowledge is. It can push the whole country into the forefront of inclusive conservation, even without them planning about it. And so when we had this outcome analyzed, the inventory of resources and the map areas were provided to the World Resource Institute based in Washington. The data generated was later found out of that the 167,000 hectares that we mapped is able to store 10.5 million tons of carbon, or equivalent to gas emissions of 7 million cars annually. If these pilot areas were to be replicated to achieve ambitious goals, that is to say, if we are going to map millions of hectares of ICCAs in other regions and continents, not only would climate-induced calamities be prevented, wildlife that are reservoirs of viruses are restrained from transferring to humans by keeping their habitats intact and free from deforestation. The fact is that the zero death rate amongst indigenous peoples from corona-related attacks points to the role of traditional knowledge against pandemics. So, in conclusion, the world is now only beginning to realize the potential of traditional knowledge in maintaining landscapes and the benefits it brings to humanity. The failed Aichi targets, as mentioned a while ago, can be reversed with the leadership and engagement of indigenous peoples, because after all, as mentioned several times a while ago by my fellow speakers, 80% of the planet's biodiversity thrive and persist in their territories. And that's how powerful indigenous peoples are, and how powerful the fight against deforestation can be in the next decade. So this is the map I was mentioning a while ago, where traditional knowledge is translated into a 3D model. This first map. The elders' knowledge about the first one. Yeah. So this is the. So these are the. So these are the 10 ICCA pilot sites that the GEF funded in the Philippines, and which I mentioned a while ago as having 167,000 hectares of ICCAs that were mapped. And when we had this submitted to the World Resource Institute for their analysis, they found out that these areas, small as they are able to store 10.5 million tons of carbon, or equivalent to gas emissions of 7 million cars annually. Next. So that's the, this is the finding of the World Resource Institute involving the 10 pilot sites. And we can celebrate for nature revival when we make traditional knowledge as a centerpiece of global environmental work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. Thank you for your slides also. Thank you for your inputs from the ICAS experience related to the traditional knowledge and the role of the IPLC's territories to maintain the biodiversity. very important. So let's go with our third panelist, which is Ms. Neida Andy. She is an indigenous sister from the Amazonian region of Ecuador. She is part of the network of indigenous women on biodiversity for Latin America and the Caribbean. Neida, welcome. Could you be kind to present how traditional knowledge from your perspective as a jungle and forest advocate has an important role for responding on the COVID-19 virus? Neida, en estos 7 minutos nos podrías contar cómo el conocimiento tradicional desde tu perspectiva como defensora de la selva y los bosques tienen un papel importante en la respuesta al COVID-19. Por favor, Neida, adelante.
Buenos días, muchísimas gracias. Yo pertenezco a la Red de Mujeres de Biodiversidad para América Latina y el Caribe. Y muchos saludos de la autoridad de Florina López. Ya, yo voy a hablar sobre el conocimiento ancestral y su ampliación al COVID. Para nosotros, la sabiduría, el conocimiento tradicional es intangible porque son memorias guardadas, es heredado de generación en generación, de historias del ayer, hoy y el futuro. Es sagrado porque las memorias están guardadas en las mentes de los abuelos y tienen el conocimiento de las plantas, de la medicina, de los alimentos. Por eso para nosotros es sagrado. Es cuestionado también de muchas maneras nuestro conocimiento, nuestra sabiduría, porque no tiene la demostración física, pero para nosotros es real. Ya. De aculturamiento en las comunidades también me permito un poco ir hacia allá. La pérdida de identidad de los jóvenes, de las nuevas generaciones. Ha habido el desinterés, tal vez el cambio de lugar, y así nos hemos alejado. La negación sobre el conocimiento ancestral, pues por muchas circunstancias ha habido la negación, se han ido alejando, olvidando. El idioma igual, el rechazo a las culturas es la que nosotros nos hemos alejado de la sabiduría de los pueblos. Ya. Aquí entra en el COVID y el retorno a la Pachamama. Es muy interesante lo negativo, la desinformación en las comunidades. Fue un impacto fatal porque no teníamos la información, cómo era, qué era, ni idea a qué atacaba el COVID. Y nos cogió desprevenidos sin saber a qué es que nos iba a atacar. Y tenemos la negación, igual la inasistencia de los centros médicos equipados y personal capacitado. Nos faltó mucho. Nosotros tenemos a 5 horas una ciudad que más o menos está de las comunidades. No se pudo salir porque ya estuvo la cuarentena. No teníamos buses, no teníamos información de nada. Pues para nosotros fue una desventaja terrible y a la que acudimos. Lo positivo de esto es que regresamos a la madre naturaleza, a la madre tierra, la medicina natural. Valoramos, revalorizamos a los pueblos, a las memorias de los abuelos. Las personas que no hablaron, hablaron. Las personas que olvidaron, recordaron. Era la única manera de mantener nuestra salud, cuidar nuestra salud, porque la medicina occidental nunca llegó ni va a llegar tampoco.
Ya. Ya, ahora esta es la manera que nos ha afectado a nuestros pueblos, nuestra sabiduría. Nos hemos estado olvidando, pero ya hemos retornado. Es una ventaja. Ya los jóvenes igual, es la única manera que pudimos salvar nuestras vidas utilizando nuestras plantas. Los abuelos tenían la comunicación directa con las plantas, qué plantas nos podía servir y de esa manera estamos solventando la vida de nuestros pueblos. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Neida, for your thoughts. It is very important to see how this crisis give us the opportunity to give new value of our wise old grandmothers and grandfathers, and thank you for that. Gracias, Neida. Lindas tus palabras. Now, let me go to our last panelist, which is Cindy Naameni Kobe from OGEC community in Kenya. Ms. Kobe has a background in law and indigenous people rights. She is a law graduate from Jomo Kenyatta University and also a fellow from the Global Leadership School of Indigenous Women. She is currently the programs officer at the International Alliance of Indigenous and Tribal Peoples of the Tropical Forest. Cindy, welcome. You have 7 minutes to provide us with a perspective of Indigenous youth on traditional knowledge and how this could be relevant to response to the COVID virus. Neida, please go ahead. Sorry, Cindy, please go ahead.
Greetings to you all. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Jeff and partners, for having me. And today I'll be speaking about the Indigenous youth perspective on traditional knowledge and its relevance to responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. As an OGEC person, traditional knowledge is at the core of our Indigenous identity, culture, languages, heritage, and livelihoods. And its transmission from one generation to another must be protected and preserved. The COVID-19 pandemic has laid bare the inequalities among IPLCs and among the youth as well. The youth hold the power to shift the global dynamics. If we want change, we must provide leadership and support for youth to make change possible. Indigenous communities make up a large portion of traditional medicine community in the world. And according to WHO, 75% of the world's population are using herbal medicine. The battle against COVID-19 is real, and at the moment we're not sure. Maybe the vaccine is a mixture of both Western and traditional medicine. Traditional knowledge preceded Western medicine, and the traditional knowledge has been passed down from one generation to another. Indigenous people know how to handle the COVID-19 pandemic. They have strengthened their traditional systems. They have used their language, and with great participation of Indigenous youth and women. COVID-19 cannot destroy our values. It has reaffirmed the key importance of unity and the essential of working together in alliance. And traditional knowledge in medicine is a solution to the current pandemic. An example is my interaction with my grandmother. We've been together due to the restrictions. We were together at home, and she taught us. She's of 80 years, and she has taught us about the herbs that can be used to cure dewormers, cuts, allergies, muscle strains, among others. The picture you can see there in the screen is me and my grandmother. We are talking, we are having a conversation, and I'm documenting the names of plants, the names of trees, the names of this medicine that can cure the dewormers, cuts, and allergies. And during this time we've been together, she has really taught me a lot about our culture, about the history of the Ogiek community. Indigenous peoples, they have knowledge to avert biodiversity loss, pandemics, climate change, and food loss. And yet this knowledge has been ignored and dispossessed. The traditional ways of life of the Ogiek community, like hunting, beekeeping, the making of beehives, extraction of honey, and traditional preservation methods, are some of our traditional knowledge. The Go community, like other IPLCs, they face challenges of deforestation and displacement. And sometimes we see that many of our environmental defenders are intimidated, and we feel sad as the youth make up a large percentage of these people. And sometimes we wonder where our future is. And how can we ensure that this traditional knowledge is maintained from the young to the elder generations to come? Indigenous peoples are creating their own needs protocols to protect these resources, and this is by developing biocultural protocols. For example, the Ogiek community, they have decided to include their traditional practices and knowledge in their BCP, and most indigenous communities are also doing the same. Communities are to decide what should be included in the BCP. The making of the BCP includes all persons, all the youth, the women, and all people living with disabilities. And how can the youth be involved further in the transmission of knowledge? As a youth myself, I believe there must be a way for us to learn and protect our knowledge. I have taken a lot of time interacting with other youth in my community and in my school, and I have realized that Indigenous youth are facing discrimination and marginalization, but due to the capacity building that the youth are getting, they have a sense of belonging and identity. They have become powerful and strong individuals. I have gained and learned a lot from my grandmother, who has tried to teach me the Ogiek language. I even have a book where I write the names of cows, the name of a chair, the name of food, and I've also learned the traditions. If I was not able to interact with her, I wouldn't have known these things. And this is all due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and it has been a blessing in disguise. I have been able to document the name of trees, the name of plants, animals, traditional foods, among others. It is important as the community, it's where it all happens, maintained, conserved, and protected. It is where the environment, the culture, and traditions together with the people nurture each other and indeed give us the future. It is very scary to also know that Indigenous people are losing their identity because of the loss of culture, of nature, sorry. It is for this reason, as a youth, I continue advocating for the protection of our environment, our culture, our traditional knowledge, in order to protect it for us and the future generation. And to summarize my short presentation, I have a few recommendations. That we should take a human-based approach, a human rights-based approach. We should also take lessons from history and from our grandparents because they have experience. There should be inclusivity in decision-making. There should be direct access to funding of the community to protection and transfer of knowledge to the younger generation. It is critical to restore youth leadership from the erosion of the traditional knowledge practices. It is also important to stay close to the elders so as to ensure that there is knowledge transfer. We should not stay away from them. Today, we should also diversify the Indigenous youth network to involve the rural Indigenous youth. I also encourage the collaborations. It's crucial in this battle against COVID-19. We should bring together all the experts, all the traditionalists with complementary skills, knowledge, and experience, and also education on the legal framework that protects traditional knowledge. This includes the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol, WIPO, and the role of UNESCO, among others. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much to you, Cindy. It is wonderful to see you as a youth woman learning the traditional knowledge from your grandmother, and look forward how this can be useful for this challenge in these challenging times in your community. So you are a very good example for us. Thank you, Cindy. So now we will have a panel discussion. We will have a dialogue with the panelists and participants to discuss challenges and opportunities relevant to the application of the traditional knowledge in response to the COVID virus. And for that, we will have Sarah White. She is a biodiversity specialist at the GEF and coordinates the GEF engagement with indigenous peoples. She will make some remarks from the GEF perspective and to promote these panel discussions. Sarah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Laura. It's a pleasure to get to join this panel and an honor, and I'm going to try and be quick to allow more time for questions and for our Indigenous brothers and sisters to hold the floor. First of all, the GEF has recognized the outsized impact that COVID has had on many Indigenous communities. As always, the most vulnerable in society are going to be the most impacted, the most by pretty much any shock, and that includes COVID. We had a GEF task force on Indigenous peoples, or on COVID, and they had a specific meeting to discuss the impact on Indigenous peoples, and we were really lucky to have the participation and guidance of many of the members of our Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group to share what was going on and to allow for real discussion on that. And for the GEF, I see there being kind of a two-piece challenge in terms of we both want to not make things worse and need to recognize the impacts that are happening on Indigenous peoples and find, and so not making GEF projects or GEF activities added burden or stress in a time when things are already difficult. And or by trying to move forward GEF activities that you may exacerbate existing inequalities or even potentially share COVID. And so that can be the challenge of preventing and making sure that we're not exacerbating things, but at the same time, recognizing the importance of GEF financing and GEF resources and the capacities that GEF projects can build in supporting Indigenous peoples. So at a time when, for example, tourism has completely stopped in many places, GEF money can and should be trying to bridge these gaps where that tourism may be very important for Indigenous communities to be able to continue their efforts in protecting the environment. And so we have to try to balance those two issues. For example, with our Inclusive Conservation Initiative, which has been referenced a few times, we have been working to try to keep the same timeline. So the idea being that we had developed this initiative pre-COVID, and we would like to try to, where we can, start to implement and start to provide resources to Indigenous peoples for conservation, recognizing that at this time, those resources could be particularly important. And so while we extended the deadlines for the submission of proposals, we've been working very hard behind the scenes, and I would give the IUCN and CI team credit for that, for this work too, to make sure that we are trying to still meet the same deadlines that we had before to try to get money out where we can. And then I think that this also kind of lastly, to try to see the opportunity that's provided by COVID and take advantage of that. So it's pushing us to rethink how we work, and we're getting more familiar with various forms of technology and video conferencing and all of that, and that can provide ways to enhance access. So where we can, sometimes the limitation was, oh, it's so expensive to get out to communities, or it's during certain times of the year, it might be very difficult. And so if we can be more open to different forms of technology, ways to provide support in that way, I think that there are some opportunities. It also could allow better language access. Sometimes at translation, you don't need someone in the room necessarily, or it provides these different channels to do that. And so, trying to see that. It's also a really good opportunity to push project execution by local entities, by Indigenous organizations. So because the folks in the capital or, you know, government can't necessarily get out to communities, this is a time to try to rethink who is receiving some of those resources and who is doing the execution of GEF projects. And so I'm hopeful that despite there is, you know, it's an overall kind of big negative and real challenge, that we can see these opportunities in what we're doing. So that's my commentary, and I just wanted to thank all the panelists for their excellent comments.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you for the opportunity to remember this important process with the for IPLCs to access the GEF resources and support its process. This inclusive conservation initiative is a very, very good initiative at the GEF. So we have thank you for your comments to the audience and to the council members, and thank you to our panelists. We have by now 2 questions. The first question is for Ioanni. Ioanni, the question said, you have so great experiences. What is your specific recommendation to institutionalize it for replication other IP's constituencies? So Ioanni, please.
Well, we have already the proofs and evidences as a result of maps. These are used to strengthen the positions of communities when they negotiate or when they position themselves against any form of land uses apart from conservation. They will also show how many communities downstream can benefit. So first, to institutionalize it, you have to strengthen first community-based organizations, support for the practitioners of traditional knowledge, and support for institutions of self-rule would be the first step to institutionalize it. And then again, try to shift the paradigm of local government units and relevant bureaucrats, and look at the ways of indigenous peoples as a means to expand policy, adapt traditional knowledge into the policy so that we can better be more community-based. And of course, exchanges between communities would help in institutionalizing the idea of mapping and resource inventory and community conservation planning. All the outcomes would be would accumulate in such a way that you can convince the legislative bodies of the country to consider legislating the ICCA as another form of effective conservation mechanism.
Thank you, Ioanni, for your answer. And we also have another question here for Nigel. The question says, Nigel, do you think that responding to the COVID-19 impacts, there is a need to assess the level of vulnerability and dependability to IPs, women, children, girls should be assessed and analyzed, quantify the actual needs are critical? Do you think planning and implementing a project without impact analysis, as told, may result very limited? Do you think there should have a strategy development to address the key needs and challenge? I know, Nigel, you have responded by the chat, but maybe you want to add something here?
Well, first to say that UNESCO does not have a health mandate, so we don't work directly on national health programming. What we do work on is communications, issues of cultural conventions, as well as our work, which is on the environmental science knowledge interface. So UNESCO is doing what it can to make sure that these issues are raised mostly in the context of education and education, cultural livelihoods, and in terms of communications and information technology. So just to be clear that we're not the World Health Organization. I think the issue about vulnerability is critically important. And as I said in the response in the chat, the feedback we got was very divergent. There were some indigenous peoples who didn't feel particularly vulnerable, who felt that they were in control of the situation, and that they didn't, it was more actually an urban problem than their problem. There were other communities that were very badly hit and really struggled and lost a lot of people. You talk about youth and women and girls. Yes, this is a dimension that can be a dimension of vulnerability, and the communities need to be involved in that analysis. And I think you've heard here that there are community leaders who are really expert at being able to unpack that and look at where both the vulnerability and the resilience is. What we picked up from the consultations was it was not so much the youth that was the issue, is that many indigenous peoples have languages that are to some degree endangered or highly endangered. And it was a big shock with the pandemic of losing elders suddenly when not expecting it. And so elders who were involved in cultural heritage transmission, in language teaching, in other types of knowledge management, suddenly those people were in serious danger, or others died in the process, which can have devastating effects on communities. So I think what you're saying makes sense, is there needs to be a vulnerability analysis. I do want to say that what I think we all saw is that different countries were ready in different ways. Even here in Western Europe, where I'm based in Paris, we saw that European countries were at very different capacity to respond to a crisis on this scale. And then I'm from Africa, and African countries, this hit in differential ways, and so on and so on. And the Pacific, some of the Pacific Islands had no COVID at all. They just shut down. They just closed their borders. But countries like in the Caribbean lost massive amounts of their tourism income. There were countries that lost 40% of their national income within weeks, which has huge impacts. So there isn't a simple answer, but I do believe that as we look at building back better, as we look at moving forward, indigenous peoples are major players and rights holders in trying to help define national recovery strategies. And this includes livelihoods, this includes communication, and it includes both formal and non-formal education. So these are good tools, but I think it's really for indigenous people to say what are the tools that are necessary for them, if that's a helpful response. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel, for your views from the UNESCO side. Thank you very much. I want also to read some chats, some message from the chat about Cindy's intervention. They said, thanks, Cindy, you have done great job, and your way of learning and documentation is impressive. So Cindy, do you want to make some final remarks about your wonderful experience with your grandmother? Cindy?
I would just like to encourage all the young people out there, and maybe if you have children, to be close to the grandparents, because you learn a lot from the experience and their knowledge. They have a lot of knowledge, and it can never be enough. Learning continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. And also, Neida, thank you for your work. I don't know if you want to say something to close this session. Neida, ¿quieres decir algunas palabras para cerrar esta parte?
Muchísimas gracias.
De la mesa
Un
redonda,
gusto,
gracias.
y se los agradece mucho de corazón. Gracias, hasta luego.
Thank you, Neida, Cindy, Giovanni, and Nigel for your important inputs for this issue. We have been in a very interesting conversation about traditional knowledge and COVID-19. Thank you very much for work together in this panel. And as a final remarks, let me say 2 points. I want to make reference to the GEF 8 and the post-2020 global framework on biodiversity. On the first issue, the new replenishment of the GEF 8, as the CEO Carlos Manuel said in his speech, the GEF 8 and in the GEF 8, we must to ensure the participation of the IPLCs and the strengthening of the countries to make this participation better, and also to go in the line to the protection and promotion of the traditional knowledge, and also how we can make the green and sustainable recovery taking into account the knowledge of the IPLCs. And my second point is about the post-2020 global framework on the Convention on Biological Diversity. And I want to say that in the line with the outcomes of the regional dialogues of indigenous people and traditional knowledge on the post-2020 global biodiversity framework that took place the last weeks, they gave us two very important points. The first one is that it is essential that collective lands and the governance of indigenous people make the real conservation of biodiversity is achieved. And the second one is that the global framework must guarantee the protection of the knowledge, of the traditional knowledge, also their livelihoods and the customary use of biodiversity. So these two final remarks can have a very, very good message from this panel, and thank you for our panelists, and thank you, Pilar. So now I'll go back with you, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Laura, Nigel, Giovanni, Neida, Cindy, and Sarah for this engaging session. I'd like to now move us to the next to last session, actually, which is a session that we will have the opportunity to ask questions and hear from Carlos Manuel, our CEO. This session will be moderated by Dr. Maria Lachner. She's the chair and co-founder of the Fundación Ecos in Uruguay. She's an environmentalist, international lawyer, professor, and author in sustainable development law. She's also the vice chair of the GEF CSO network and regional focal point for South America since 2019. She's a global leader of tomorrow of the World Economic Forum 2002. Maria, so welcome to moderate this session with Carlos Manuel.
Gracias, Pilar. Thank you, Pilar. Now, I just take the question for the CEO. Please, the floor is open to questions.
Well, let me, Maria, just begin by thanking everybody that has participated in the very different roundtables. My thanks to Terence and Laura for the great panel, and also to Joko for her leadership as at the SGP program. It's been a great event today. I'm looking forward to be able to try to do my best to answer many questions that you probably have. You are the experts in this field. I've been learning a lot. And Maria, thank you so much for sending me the information of the reintroduction of the giant anteater in South America. That's something that we need to do in Central America. So I was able to pass that information to my biologist colleagues, because that species is the most threatened species that we have in Central America. So thank you for that, Maria, as well.
Well, who wants to make the question, and then just make the final comments and closing the session? Tano, you asked you have some remarks? Can you open the?
Yeah, you can do the questions. You can do the questions verbally. I tend to believe that that's the most efficient way.
Yeah, they say, Dear Excellency, CEO, you made very vivid welcome remarks. How do you envision the performance of the GEF CSO network? Plan it, elaborate. That was Sano.
Well, thank you for that, Sano. Please once more, don't call me Excellency. I'm not a minister, and in Costa Rica, you're not allowed to call a minister Excellency. And so I'm Carlos Manuel for all of you. I tend to believe that you brought some issues in your presentation, Sano, whereby I was able to elaborate on them. Basically on the need to continue the engagement in supporting indigenous communities, indigenous groups and local communities as we have done it, particularly through the SGP, but most importantly in the overall portfolio of projects at the GEF. I tend to believe that we can be a facilitator of political dialogues within different stakeholders and within civil society and governments, which is a key element, particularly nowadays that we are confronting what the recovery of the recovery in the aftermath of COVID-19. I tend to believe that this is a great opportunity to bring up front the issues that has been taught for many, many years. And I just want to make an example of what do I mean, REDD+. We've been talking about REDD+ for 15 years, and I tend to believe that we had some successes, but big failures in being able to move ahead the agenda of REDD+ that recognizes the carbon offset services being provided by owners of forests. And when I have my conversation, particularly with indigenous communities, which are the largest owners of forest stocks in the planet, initially they were very much against REDD+, but as I dive deep into the dialogues, they don't have nothing against being subject to a financial payment for the services they provide. But what is lacking is trust in governments, in government institutions, and in the willingness of governments to be able to represent them in a sense at the global level. And that is in part one of the failures, that governments represent owners of carbon stocks at the global level, whereby government should be able to give the proper political spaces for those who really own the carbon stocks in a way that can deliver very quick down to the ground level benefits. So this is just one good example. Nowadays, we've been able to put in the international agenda the need to stop forest fragmentation and deforestation as a way to help us be more resilient to future pandemics and of course, to the biodiversity collapse and climate change. And here we got a great opportunity to redefine REDD+. I tend to believe that we already ended a period that I would call it the REDD+ period. And now we need to come up with a REDD+ 2.0 as a new way and approach of building a lot on what Laura just mentioned. I think what Laura mentioned, particularly in the Colombian case, is a good example of what REDD+ 2.0 should look like. And yes, of course, we need to be able to create the proper political spaces for the owners of carbon stocks to be there in the front lines of political negotiations, but also, and most importantly, be able to all pull together in creating a fair, transparent mechanism, because we've been spending years and years in talking about how we're going to measure, how we're going to report, how we're going to monitor. The price of carbon for it doesn't change at all. $5 to $7 a ton of carbon from our tropical forests is not matching the cost of opportunity of doing the things that we don't want to see at the landscape level, because they will generate loss of biodiversity and contribute to climate change and make us more vulnerable to extreme weather events. So this is just one example of what I believe are the great opportunities that we have in front of us in the context of what that economic recovery should look like. And I hope that that economic recovery can be an opportunity to engage all stakeholders, but at the same time can be centered on a green recovery.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. Another question from Jay Ministry that's is a long, but we try to put it in a one line, and is that Jay says that he's currently working with a consortium of IP organizations and government agencies in Guyana on developing a traditional knowledge national action plan. The second part being supported by small grant program. One thing that Jay noticed when addressing IT 18, it does, although some of the targets and activities are great, there are few examples of joint thinking strategy for IP and traditional knowledge. How do you think GEF can help in really tracking IP right and traditional knowledge in a more holistic way?
Oh, that's a very good question. And, you know, once more, the GEF and the portfolio of GEF and the implementing of GEF should be facilitators of political dialogues. And, you know, this is a great opportunity to talk about Guyana, country that I have worked a lot and I know a lot. And, you know, Guyana went through this very interesting MOU with Norway a few years ago in the context of RED+, where Guyana received $250 million out of that initial MOU collaboration within Norway and Guyana. And I tend to believe that even though there was a high recognition or a, you know, very clear priorities were developed to contribute in terms of human well-being and the recognition of local communities, which are, you know, very important as stewards of the forest. At the end of the day, we see that that project went through, and, you know, not many things really changed in terms of the challenges that local communities have to deal with. And Guyana is a good example of what we need to address in terms of land tenure. You know, the government owns all the land, the government owns all the forests, and we have communities that have been living there for centuries and centuries and centuries. And they are unable to be there negotiating the carbon stocks as I wish they will be negotiating. So I tend to believe, with all due respect to Guyana and the governments of Guyana, that that MOU was a great opportunity to do a major transformation in land tenure and be able to consolidate a right on the land and the services that are provided by the land of those indigenous communities who live in the interior of Guyana, and that didn't happen. So once more, you know, a RED+ 2.0 can be a great opportunity to be able to maximize and capitalize of those things that didn't happen in terms of creating those very strong elements around RED+. There won't be any RED+ providing us the benefit in terms of mitigating and offsetting and keeping those carbon stocks on the ground if RED+ is not a driver for a good, sound, strong, new schemes for land tenure. And for me, land tenure is a key element. Yes, we got a lot of good policies and good laws and legal frameworks, but that is a bunch of papers. We need to fully implement and reflect that on the ground, and we need to work together because as we see land tenure policies in many different countries, there is not one size fits all. I don't know the English expression. Una medida, how do you say that in English? Paola?
One size fits all?
No one size fits all. We need to really...
Sí.
Yeah, there's no one size fit all. And we probably have committed the error of thinking that we should go into a process where we can homogenize those land tenure policies, and there are cultural elements at the central government, as well as with those who live in the forests and the landscapes.
Another very good question that is the application of traditional knowledge to conservation issues usually requires longer funding cycles and patient capital. Can these longer funding cycles be incorporated into GEF project applying traditional knowledge?
Yes, of course. I tend to believe that that is something that was done a little bit in the past, and we haven't promoted as much as we need. And let me add some other element, the regional approach. You know, we used to have, the GF used to have many years ago, a more clear regional approach, because countries share ecosystems and we share the same challenges. And even though some programs do continue supporting regional approaches, I tend to believe that, you know, that this is key, particularly by the fact that the GF muscle in terms of our financial capacity is really limited if we compare it with the size of the problem. And this is one of the exercises I'm trying to do at the GF. I know very well the size of the problem that we're confronted with. In order to be efficient and bring new ideas and new approaches in the GEF 8 and throughout the replenishment, I need to really understand the size of our muscle. And yes, we may double and triple the size of our trust fund, that won't be enough to deal with that huge problem that we have in front of us. So being able to be innovative, to think out of the box, to engage more strongly with local partners, to think at the regional level, to think on the long term. We're investing now because in 10 years, we will be there doing X and Y. Those are great approaches, because limited resources will continue to be an issue. We will do our best effort to raise more resources in this next replenishment process. But at the end of the day, the solution to that huge problem that we have in front of us doesn't rest on fundraising better. It's a combination of fundraising better and investing better on one side, and most importantly, from the government side, we need more policy coherence. It doesn't make any sense to me to put a lot of millions of dollars in a country that doesn't believe in nature conservation, that is not committed to revert climate change, and is erratic throughout time in their environmental policy. Nowadays, because of the economic recession, I see a big tendency of countries flexibilizing policies, degazetting protected areas. I mean, many things that are not good. And the GF and the partnership should become a positive incentive, so we can be able to reward good performance at the country level. We've been working a lot based on what we do at the project level. Now's the time that we can expand our approach and create through our portfolio a very attractive positive incentive for countries to perform better, because that is a very important element. If we are able to move the agenda towards that direction, the financial limitation won't be our biggest challenge.
Thank you. Another question from Ari Ferretti, that he said, what is you envision as key opportunities unique to indigenous people in a small island development state that can be addressed through GEF 8?
Well, that's a good question. I probably haven't put my mind around it as we probably need, and I will welcome ideas on how to do that better. I do have all kinds of limitations, and these are probably some of the limitations, but let me tell you a couple of things here. Small island states are extremely vulnerable to climate change. And here we've got a situation whereby our system doesn't recognize that vulnerability as we distribute and assign resources. And unfortunately, the GEF, as probably the case with many other funds, we spread too thin at the end of the day. And we use some indicators that sometimes doesn't reflect that vulnerability. You know, the Caribbean islands are extremely vulnerable to extreme weather events. Nevertheless, they do have a high human development standards, and that is ranked in a way that limits these nations to access more resources because we use a GDP criteria. In a sense, we are punishing them for being good in succeeding in, you know, providing human development. But providing human development or being very successful in terms of GDP doesn't mean that they are less vulnerable or more resilient to climate change. So bringing the vulnerability index or concepts or criteria, something that I tend to believe is something that makes a lot of sense and something that I would like to work with all of you. And also, when we think about small island states, we tend to look at the terrestrial part, and these are not small island states. We need to repair that wrong impression. These are large island states because the ocean and the land is a unit, it's a political unit, and we need to recognize it as such. And in this respect, the issues around the marine conservation and rights, particularly, and this was brought in today's conversation, what the role of indigenous communities should be in the areas beyond national jurisdiction is something that I tend to believe is really important. And I know that in those BBAJ conversation negotiations as big island states, because I won't say small island states, now on I will say big island states, has been positioned in this issue, which I tend to believe, it was Micronesia that I tend to believe that has been bringing this issue into the negotiation. So this is something which is important. And being able to agree on something ambitious and solid in terms of the negotiations beyond national jurisdiction is key, because that large ecosystem is going to give us the resilient benefit that we need. And what we are doing over there is totally irrational. In those irrational economic activities that we humans do in the oceans cannot be done if we don't subsidize those activities. So from the economic point of view, it doesn't even make any sense at all.
Thank you. Another very good question from Laura Bermudez. It's two, but we can just do any one. Is how can we promote the implementation of voluntary guidelines for the protection of traditional knowledge and its use to solve global and local environmental challenges in the GEF portfolio? And the second, that is also from Laura, is how can you bring the view to the GEF for the next year? In your vision, how can we better involve civil society at the national level?
Well, thank you for those questions, Laura. On the first one, I think that you know what we work through the agencies is something that is addressing your question. And yes, we need to keep pace and accelerate processes by which all of these elements can be fully mainstream and incorporated in all the project development, and most importantly, being reflected as we implement our project through the agencies. And well, we got an oversight responsibility of the agencies on this, and we got our own set of you know, very strong, solid safeguards and fiduciary policies that in principle guarantees us that we're heading direct direction. So it's not a matter of where we target, it's a matter of how efficient we may be in terms of achieving what we all agree it is important. In terms of the next replenishment process, you know, I hope that we can think. We need to be able to gather around and be able to work with Joko Watanabe's team in terms of how we are going to frame the SGP program in the context of the green recovery. So as we, from focal areas, impact programs, you know, elaborate our political narrative and define our political strategy in the next replenishment process, which is kind of a top-down approach. I would love to work with Joko and her team on a bottom-up approach by which everything that we will be doing the next cycle in terms of SGPs is totally aligned with creating resilient conditions to local communities, being able to support them in the aftermath of COVID-19, and being able to make the opportunities of investing big time in that green recovery, because at the end of the day, the green recovery is not just to recover in a green fashion. The green recovery is the entry point for the major challenges that we have in front of us, which is the transition towards a circular economy, which will help us move very quickly and far from this take, make, and waste economic system or economic and production system. So the rationale that I do have in terms of the midterm is that GEF 8 will be recognized not as GEF 8 rather than the GEF green recovery process. And I've been telling this to my colleagues at the Secretariat. We go back in time and talk about GEF 1, GEF 2, GEF 7, GEF 6. Well, I hope that GEF 8 won't be called GEF 8 and will be called the green recovery cycle of the GEF. And the GEF 9, as we move and be successful in the green recovery cycle, which is the next cycle in the GEF, should be really concentrated in those large efforts that we need to do as we've been investing in the green recovery for that leap forward in terms of the major structural reforms that we need to see at the country level so we can move far and fast from this unsustainable, irrational system of consumption and production.
Well, I think the other question, because we have only 5 minutes left, the other question that has been asked is already been dealing with us, and we've been all together answering. And I think this is a time just to liberate Carlos Manuel, because it's 5 minutes had to be the end. But the most important thing from the network, the civil society network at GEF, is to just say thank you to all the GEF family, and thank you, Pilar, to be organized this day. It was absolutely fantastic. Everything, the discussion was so good. And thank you, Gabriela. Thank you, Alifaretti. I see all the faces, and been a very, very good day, just working all together the whole morning for me. And I think this is just the beginning of working together and do the best that we can do. And I think this is not the end, it's just the beginning. And it's a very, very beginning for Carlos Manuel as a CEO of the GEF. I mean, this is, I can mention everyone, but it's now 106 person connected, and you have to understand that this is not possible, but it was a great day, and thank you all.
Maria, and before Carlos Manuel goes, like Nicolas is saying, we would like to take some group pictures. So, okay. and there are several pages, so we will need to take several screenshots. So please, everybody, Cindy, could you please turn on your video? It would be great if we can take a picture before we wrap up with Lucy, actually. And Lucy is the last person.
All right, so feel free to smile because the pictures are coming up right now.
Carlos Manuel, smile.
Smile.
He's on the phone.
Yeah, he cannot hear us.
Anyway.
Okay. Let's try.
There you go. There, Nico.
Nico.
Okay, just a second. And it's 3, 2, and 1.
Yeah.
There you go.
Excellent. Maria, thank you so much for moderating this session. I think there were wonderful questions, and Carlos Manuel, thanks a lot for staying, the whole consultations. This is the first time actually the CEO has stayed through the whole consultations. So we really appreciate it. And as the final session, 10 more minutes, Lucy Mulenke will do a summary of today. In any case, we're going to produce a summary, a brief for everybody. We're going to post it on our website. Lucy, the floor is yours to just finalize these wonderful sessions.
Thank you very much, Pilar. And thank you everyone and everybody. As Maria was saying, the list is one of the biggest lists of any attendance that I've done since COVID came up. We've been on those webinars, but this is really great work. I would also like to thank the discutants of the side of the panels. They were really very interesting. And also, of course, the facilitators also, they brought up quite some very important issues. Terence, Laura, and those were really very good discussions. And the panelists were like really, sometimes I forgot to take notes, I must admit, because I wanted to listen and to pick up some few things. And I think what I'll do is also to thank the CEO. That was great for you to have stayed there and to have listened to us and also picked a lot for you. And I think quite some issues that you brought up on land tenure, issues of rights for indigenous people, and human rights issues, especially because of the human rights defenders, were really very clear and very good, because we know that is something also that was highlighted by the youth, considering that there is quite a lot of human rights abuses that have been going on, especially on issues of environment, land tenure, because of resources and mining in different areas. And women have also been victims of that. About a month ago, we had others from South Africa and so on. I think the other very important issues that you highlighted also is concerning the conflict that occurs because of those resources and the importance of issues of indigenous people's work in protecting nature and conservation. And in the beginning, you really gave us a lot of hope. And I think this is what we should all carry forward on what came out from the UN discussion on making 2021, peace with nature, to make peace with nature, which we all look forward to, considering that we had 2020 as a super year, but never became so super. But at the same time, there were some other positive things that came by. On discussions on traditional knowledge, they were emphasizing on what mainly that we were brought up in the beginning, on issues of transmission and issues of biodiversity and sustainable use, traditional knowledge and sustainable use. And of course, there was also the issue of the roles of every members of the community, men, women, and elders. And then there was that issue of the women being a key in terms of looking at food for the communities, and also to feed the families and the community and transmitting knowledge, which is really something that was emphasized throughout and saying their role. And then we also had one important thing that is very important, issues of local management and how indigenous people, especially from the Pacific, have been looking at issues of the land management and efforts that have been made in terms of customary laws and customary way of life, and looking at different livelihoods and how that management has really improved a lot of, quite a number of people's livelihoods, because they've been doing it collectively with customs and so on. And also Sarah was able to emphasize on that in the chat to say how much the GEF has also been supporting communities to enhance that management projects that they've been having, which is very important. And I think also it came out very clearly that it's very important to involve indigenous peoples and local communities, because they must be there to discuss. And others said that in the medium and large scale projects, they must be totally involved, and they have to have a voice. And that also came out very clearly from Australia when Sisi was talking and giving quite some very interesting information on the wildfires in Australia, and how indigenous knowledge and science came together, and the outcome of it is very important. And also what touched me in that particular discussion, and when she was presenting, was the issue of exchange visit between the Australia and Africa. You can see from far away Australia to Africa. And exchange visits have been successful in most of indigenous people's work. Small grants program, GEF in the national and regional level. Quite some key players have been supporting those exchange visits, because indigenous people, they really learn. When they see something, they would like to go and duplicate that. And they learn from each other's cultures and traditions. And as I had said earlier, we are all like one, but in different countries, which is our mother countries and so on. And this is very interesting, and maybe this is something also we could come up with having those exchange in terms of looking at what succeeds here could also be able to succeed, and looking at the ecosystem of maybe the Botswana, Kimberley in Australia, looking at that particular area, you see how it can be able to succeed. And the other thing that touched me also was that the success of the land management in Australia and the involvement of indigenous people also brought employment and success in terms of having indigenous people out there being recognized and being supported, and that other areas also want to adapt that. And their knowledge, their traditional knowledge that they had, they used it without really, with doing a lot of work and making sure that whatever they are doing, really managing their land strategically using their knowledge is very important, because it made it very successful. And this is something we could also learn within. And the issue of sharing and knowledge and all that is very important, because it also gives that issue of responsibility. And now we had also Neida from Latin America, from the indigenous women, talking passionately about why it's very, very important to look at young people and how it's important to make sure that they also create interest, because everyone feels back at home that the youth probably have decided to go and look at that. They don't look at that particular knowledge as if it's something that they could be able to really take up. That joined and supported what Sisi was also talking about. And there was also this other discussion on the wisdom and the Western science and skills on science, traditional knowledge and science, and how it's defined and so on. And also the involvement of IBES and how it has been involving traditional knowledge, science, and how this can be incorporated very easily. And indeed, like looking at climate change when it was being discussed there, because this was a very important aspect of where AIPP was talking about the importance of bringing up the science and also bringing up climate change discussion and biodiversity. And it's also important because issue of traditional knowledge, climate change, these are areas, as you had already mentioned, and many of you had mentioned about the Paris Agreement, and this is part of the area where that platform is very important for people to be able to really discuss. So there was that discussion in that particular part, first part of the discussion, which was really very interesting. And of course, when it came to the launching of the program, there was quite a lot that we could pick and a lot that we could be able to bring on the table. Mustafa was able to explain a lot and say how much this has been supportive, especially also considering that small grants program has fully been involved on the ground, doing a lot of work and with indigenous peoples and local communities. And that is something which is very important. And then there was this finance, and that UNDP expressed really the importance of small grants program, working with indigenous people, and that they feel like they need to support more activities on indigenous peoples. There is one thing also I don't really want to forget, and Nigel brought it very clearly, which was very, very good and very important for us, because he gave a story about this indigenous rural woman from Chad who felt like she's like a researcher. She even has more knowledge than maybe the conventional researchers. And this shows very clearly that indigenous peoples, no matter how they are, women, older elders that we have in the community, they have knowledge, they have capacity. They are able, if only given a chance. There is one time also to add to that story, we went with the Nigel to the Kalahari. And in Kalahari, we found this old lady, and God rest her soul in peace, that she was really very knowledgeable. And Nigel, because he spoke that local language there, the San language, it was really very good to get that knowledge from her. And the lady felt, grandmother felt very strong, very motivated, and very impressed and very well informed, because somebody was there to recognize the knowledge that they have. And that's very important. That's why we say the traditional knowledge, looking at it and looking at science is very, very important. Giovanni, he brought unbelievable. The presentation was really very touching, because he brought the issue of maps and the visibility of looking at maps. Here again, we have our traditional people wanting to see
Seems like we're losing Lucy. Lucy? Yeah. We can't hear you, Lucy. I think she's off now.
To see themselves on their own, so that they can be how present. Okay, I'm here. Let me just conclude.
No, you're fine. It's just that you were fading off, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's the internet that was disappearing. Remember, I'm in Africa, so sometimes things go wrong at any time. So the importance of also the knowledge, the information is very important, and looking at it positively is very important. And the importance of the youth was very clear, and they all encourage, Cindy was encouraging, the youth was encouraging for the other youth to really get closer to their grandparents and to the elders in the community, which is very, very important for us all. And I think she even came up with a recommendation that we need to bring these experts together, sit with the youth, and they can be able to bring up some issues that they can learn. She talked about even having to start writing her own words from her own language. Language is very critical and very important in traditional knowledge, and I'm so glad that she brought it up. I think that's, and lastly, during the conversation with the CEO, I think there was so much brought. There were so many questions, and there was a lot he talked about, and I really admire like the passion on land issues, on land tenure issues, which are very critical, especially for indigenous people. I'm a friend of indigenous people, because he is of different stakeholders in terms of discussing issues of indigenous people and conservation. So I think I'll stop there. We will be able to compile all these.
Yes, indeed, Lucy, we will.
And then send it to the Secretariat so that everyone. And before I wind up, I would like to thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you so much. And I want to report that we're finishing right on time. Thank you all so much for this engagement. Have a good evening, and you'll hear more from us with the summary. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was great.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Good
much.
morning. Good morning from the Philippines.
Thank you for the great
Good night, Giovanni.
Bye-bye, everybody. Bye.
Good night, Giovanni. Thanks for everything.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you for staying now.
Thank you, Nico.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Good night, Ali Ferretti.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Antawake. Go to sleep.
Sleep.
Hey, all right. Good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Fantastic.
Gracias. Ciao.
Thank you, Laura. That was
Ciao,
great.
Laura.
A big thank you to all interpreters, of course.
Oh, yes, I
Thank you
forgot to
very
mention
much.
that. Thank
You're
you to
still
the
online.
interpreters.
Well, thank you, Pilar, Nico, and Sarah for organizing. This was great. Thank you.
Gracias, y gracias Pilar, Sara, Gabriela, Nico.
And
David,
Yoko, that was a
David.
beautiful video. I wanted to dance it. I mean, it was so beautiful.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad. Visual really makes a huge difference. I
Yes, yes, it really, really did.
think. Oh, thank you.
you all. Okay, good night to some of you. Ciao.